Hello, dear listeners, and welcome to Scary Stories to Fall Asleep, where we believe that a touch of the mysterious can actually help ease your mind into peaceful slumber. Tonight's story walks that perfect line between intrigue and comfort, just enough tension to capture your imagination, but gentle enough to let you drift away when you're ready. If you're enjoying our carefully crafted tales of subtle suspense, please consider subscribing to our channel. Your support allows us to continue creating these atmospheric stories that so many find perfect for nighttime listening. Now, settle in, adjust your pillows, and let the gentle patter of rain outside your window blend with our story of long hospital corridors, echoing footsteps, and secrets that refuse to stay buried. This is Echoes of Mercy. ## Chapter 1, New Beginnings. The rain fell in a steady rhythm against the windshield as Emma Sinclair navigated the winding road toward Oakwood Heights. The small town emerged from the mist like a watercolor painting, church spires and century-old trees taking shape through the gray veil of early autumn rain. After 3 hours of driving from Boston, the sight of her destination brought a mixture of relief and apprehension. "You've arrived at your destination," announced her GPS, its mechanical certainty at odds with Emma's swirling doubts. She pulled into the nearly empty parking lot of the Oakwood Memorial Hospital, a sprawling stone structure that stood on a gentle hill overlooking the town. In the fading afternoon light, its weathered facade and Gothic Revival architecture made it look more like a university building than a medical facility. Wings had clearly been added over the decades, creating an architectural patchwork that somehow maintained a certain dignity despite its disparate elements. Emma sat for a moment, engine off, listening to the rain and gathering her courage. At 32, starting over wasn't how she'd imagined her career trajectory. 6 years at Massachusetts General Hospital had established her reputation as a skilled cardiac nurse, but the relentless pace, understaffing, and emotional toll had hollowed her out. The panic attacks had started in the staff bathroom, the insomnia followed soon after. When her hands began trembling while inserting IVs, she knew something had to change. Oakwood Memorial had seemed like the perfect solution, a respected small-town hospital with a recent influx of funding, a manageable patient load, and affordable housing nearby. The nursing director, Martha Collins, had practically hired Emma on the spot during their video interview, emphasizing how fortunate they were to attract someone with her experience. Now, sitting in the rain and staring at the imposing building that would become her workplace, Emma wondered if she'd made a terrible mistake. "Well," she murmured to herself, reaching for her umbrella, "you're already here. Might as well see your new home." The hospital lobby retained elements of its 1920s origins, high ceilings with crown molding, marble floors worn smooth by a century of footsteps, and tall windows that would have provided ample natural light on a less gloomy day. A circular reception desk dominated the center of the space, staffed by an older woman whose silver hair was pulled into a neat bun. "Hi," Emma approached, water dripping from her umbrella despite her efforts to shake it out. "I'm Emma Sinclair, the new cardiac nurse. I'm supposed to meet Martha Collins." The receptionist looked up, her expression warming. "Oh yes, we've been expecting you. I'm Gloria. Let me page Martha for you." She reached for a phone, then paused. "Welcome to Oakwood, dear. We're so glad to have fresh blood around here." Something in the woman's phrasing sent a small shiver down Emma's spine, though her smile seemed genuine enough. Within minutes, Martha Collins emerged from a corridor to the left of reception, a tall woman in her 50s with short, practical brown hair streaked with gray in a brisk, efficient manner that somehow still conveyed warmth. "Emma. Wonderful to meet you in person at last." Her handshake was firm and reassuring. "I see you've met Gloria, keeper of all hospital secrets and dispenser of the only decent coffee in the building." Gloria chuckled. "Flattery will get you everywhere, Martha. How was your drive? Not too terrible with the weather, I hope." Martha guided Emma toward the corridor she had emerged from. "Not bad. The rain got heavier as I got closer, but the GPS kept me on track." "Well, you're here now, and we're delighted. I thought we'd start with a quick tour, Then get your ID badge sorted, and you can meet some of the staff on the cardiac floor. Your official orientation doesn't start until Monday, so there's no rush today. As they walked, Martha pointed out various departments and gave a running commentary on the hospital's history. Emma tried to focus, but found her attention repeatedly drawn to the building itself. Despite the modernized sections, there was an undeniable weight of age in the original corridors, high ceilings that created strange acoustics, worn stone floors that seemed to absorb sound, and lighting that, even where recently updated, created pools of brightness separated by stretches of shadow. The original building was constructed in 1923, Martha explained as they passed through a particularly grand corridor with arched ceilings. It was funded by the Oakwood family, timber barons who practically built this town. They spared no expense, as you can see. Over the years, we've added wings and renovated, but we've tried to preserve the character where possible. It's beautiful, Emma said, meaning it despite the slight unease the older sections gave her. Different from the utilitarian hospitals I'm used to. Martha smiled proudly. That's what most people say. Though I'll warn you, the old charm comes with old building issues, temperamental heating, the occasional unexplained draft, and corridors that seem to go on forever. You'll get used to it. They turned a corner, and Emma felt a distinct temperature drop. This corridor was notably longer than the others they'd walked through, stretching ahead with doors on either side and ending in a set of double doors partially obscured by shadow. The overhead lights were spaced farther apart here, creating alternating pools of light and dimness. This is the East Wing, Martha explained, her voice echoing slightly in the hushed corridor. It connects to the cardiac floor where you'll be working. It's one of the original sections, and frankly, we've been hoping to get funding to brighten it up a bit. The lighting project keeps getting pushed back for more critical infrastructure needs. Emma nodded, trying not to show her discomfort as they walked down the long corridor. Each of their footsteps echoed distinctly against the hard floor, Martha's sensible shoes making a different sound from Emma's rain boots. But as they approached the midpoint of the corridor, Emma could have sworn she heard a third set of footsteps behind them, a lighter step, almost like someone wearing the soft-soled shoes many nurses favor. She turned to look, expecting to see another staff member following them, but the corridor stretched empty behind them. Something wrong? Martha asked, noticing her pause. Emma shook her head. No, just thought I heard someone behind us. Martha smiled. The acoustics in these old corridors play tricks. Sound bounces in strange ways, especially when it's raining heavily outside. You'll get used to it. They continued through the double doors at the end of the corridor, emerging into a much more modern space, the cardiac floor, with its updated monitoring stations, contemporary lighting, and typical hospital aesthetic of neutral colors and wipeable surfaces. This is more what I'm used to, Emma commented, feeling her shoulders relax slightly as they entered the familiar environment of a modern medical floor. I imagine so. The cardiac unit was completely renovated 5 years ago when we received the Winters Foundation grant. State-of-the-art monitoring systems, private rooms for all patients, and a much better nurse-to-patient ratio than you probably had in Boston. As Martha showed her around the unit, introducing her to the 2 nurses currently on shift, Emma felt her earlier misgivings begin to fade. This was the environment she knew, the soft beeping of cardiac monitors, the quiet efficiency of medical staff, the subtle scent of antiseptic that signified cleanliness rather than sickness. Here, in this modern space, she could imagine herself healing from her burnout, rediscovering her love for nursing. By the time they returned to the administrative section to process her paperwork and ID badge, Emma had almost forgotten the strange sensation in the East Wing corridor. Almost, but not quite. Something about that empty hallway and the phantom footsteps lingered in her mind, like a song half remembered but impossible to place. Your apartment is all set up, Martha said as she handed Emma her new hospital ID. The furnished units we provide for staff are just across the street in what used to be the nurses' residence. Basic but comfortable, and included in your employment package for the first 3 months while you settle in and find your own place, if you want to. Some staff actually choose to stay there long-term for the convenience. That sounds perfect, Emma replied, feeling genuine gratitude for the thoughtfulness. I wasn't looking forward to unpacking everything tonight. Martha walked her to the hospital entrance, where the rain had finally stopped, leaving a glistening sheen on the parking lot. The residence is that brick building just there, she pointed to a 4-story structure across the small street. Apartment 3B is yours. The entry code is 1923, easy to remember, same as the year the hospital was founded. They said their goodbyes, and Emma crossed to her new temporary home, pulling her suitcase from the car. The nurse's residence had been modernized inside, despite its historical exterior, and Emma found her apartment to be simple but pleasant, a bedroom, bathroom, living area with a kitchenette, and even a small balcony overlooking the hospital. As she unpacked her essentials and ordered delivery from the one Thai restaurant in town that her phone could locate, Emma found herself drawn to the window. From this vantage point, she could see most of Oakwood Memorial's sprawling structure, including the east wing with its distinctive architecture. In the growing darkness, warm lights glowed from various windows, creating an almost picturesque scene. But something about the east wing caught her attention. While most of the hospital windows emitted the expected fluorescent glow, one window in that wing showed a different light, softer, almost flickering, like candlelight. As Emma watched, the light moved, as if someone carrying a candle walked past the window, and then disappeared. She frowned. Surely they didn't use candles in a hospital, even one as old as Oakwood Memorial. It must have been a trick of the light, or perhaps someone with a phone flashlight. When her food arrived, Emma ate while scrolling through information about the hospital on her tablet. Oakwood Memorial had a surprisingly rich history. Founded with timber money during the town's heyday, it had been one of the most advanced medical facilities in the region for decades. There had been difficult times too, nearly closing during the Depression, a damaging fire in the 1970s, and financial struggles in the early 2000s before the recent influx of grant money had revitalized it. Emma found herself particularly interested in old photographs of the hospital and its staff. One black and white image from the 1950s showed a group of nurses in traditional uniforms, white dresses, caps, and sensible shoes, standing on the front steps. Their faces were solemn, professional, though one nurse standing slightly apart from the others caught Emma's attention. Unlike her colleagues, she wasn't looking at the camera but off to the side, her expression unreadable but somehow distinct from the others. The caption identified her as Nursing Staff, 1955. Head Nurse Ruth Montgomery, Center, with Cardiac Ward Staff. Emma zoomed in on the nurse who had caught her eye, but no specific name was given. Something about her stance, her slight removal from the group, resonated with Emma, who had often felt like an outsider even among her colleagues in Boston. As she prepared for bed that night, Emma found herself both exhausted and oddly alert. New place, new sounds, she told herself as she tossed and turned. The occasional distant siren from the hospital, the unfamiliar creaks of the building, the sound of rain which had started again, all conspired to keep her hovering at the edge of sleep. When she finally drifted off, her dreams were a confusing blend of long corridors and echoing footsteps. In the dream, she was walking down the east wing, always aware of someone behind her. Each time she turned to look, she caught just a glimpse of a white uniform disappearing around a corner, and heard the distinct sound of rubber-soled shoes on the hard floor, moving away at a brisk, professional pace. Chapter 2, First Shifts. Emma spent the weekend settling into her apartment and exploring Oakwood Heights. The town had a charming New England quality, a main street lined with local businesses, a town square with a gazebo, and historical homes that spoke to its prosperous past. The current population seemed a mix of lifelong residents, remote workers who had fled city prices, and a small artistic community drawn by the picturesque setting and affordable living. By Monday morning, when she reported for her official orientation, Emma felt more grounded. Martha introduced her to the hospital's various systems and procedures, and by afternoon, she was shadowing Lily Chen, another cardiac nurse who would be her primary colleague on the day shift. "So what brought you to our little corner of nowhere?" Lily asked as she showed Emma the medication protocols. In her mid-20s with a practical ponytail and quick, efficient movements, Lily had an open, curious face and a directness Emma found refreshing. "Burnout, honestly," Emma replied, deciding honesty was the best approach. "Big city hospital, endless shifts, not enough staff. I needed a change before I quit nursing altogether." Lily nodded sympathetically. "I get it. I did my first year at a trauma center in Hartford. Came here 6 months ago for similar reasons. Smaller patient load, actual lunch breaks, and I can afford a cute apartment without 5 roommates. How are you finding it?" Emma asked, genuinely curious about her colleague's experience. "Mostly good. The pace is definitely more manageable. The cardiac unit is well run, and Dr. Reed, the cardiologist you'll work with most, is excellent. Old school but keeps up with advances, and actually respects nurses' input. I sense a but coming," Emma said with a small smile. Lily hesitated, then shrugged. "The building takes some getting used to. And some of the long-time staff can be a bit stuck in their ways. But overall, it's been a positive change." As they continued the tour, Emma found herself warming to Lily. There was a straightforward competence to the younger nurse that promised she'd be a reliable colleague. By the end of the day, they had exchanged phone numbers and made plans to get coffee later in the week. Emma's first full shift on Tuesday passed in the usual blur of new job adjustments, learning where supplies were kept, familiarizing herself with patient loads and documentation systems, and trying to remember dozens of names and faces. The cardiac unit was indeed well-staffed compared to what she was used to, with a reasonable patient-to-nurse ratio that allowed for actual comprehensive care rather than just putting out fires. It wasn't until Wednesday evening, as she was finishing her shift paperwork, that Emma had to walk the East Wing corridor alone. The day shift was ending, and most staff had already departed. The cardiac unit had been quiet, with only 2 patients requiring minimal intervention, and Emma had stayed late to complete some additional training modules on the hospital-specific protocols. The corridor looked different in the evening light, longer somehow, the shadows between the spaced-out ceiling fixtures deeper. Emma's footsteps echoed as she walked, the sound seeming to bounce between the high ceiling and hard floor. She was about halfway down the corridor when she heard it, the distinct sound of another set of footsteps behind her. The steps had a particular quality to them, the soft squeak of rubber-soled shoes against smooth flooring, moving at the measured pace of someone walking with professional purpose rather than hurry. A nurse's walk, Emma thought immediately. Years in hospitals had attuned her to the distinctive rhythms of different hospital personnel, the quick stride of residents, the measured pace of experienced physicians, the purposeful walk of nurses who had places to be but patients to check on the way. She turned, expecting to see a colleague from the evening shift, but the corridor stretched empty behind her, the shadows between light fixtures undisturbed. Emma frowned. The acoustics in this place were truly strange. She continued walking, a little faster now, and again heard the footsteps resume behind her, perfectly matching her pace but always staying the same distance back. "Hello?" she called, turning again. Her voice echoed slightly in the empty corridor, but no one answered, and no one was visible in the long stretch behind her. A chill that had nothing to do with the hospital's air conditioning ran through her. Emma hurried the rest of the way to the main building, the phantom footsteps keeping pace behind her until she passed through the double doors at the end of the east wing, where they suddenly stopped. In the brightly lit main corridor, with its modern lighting and occasional staff members passing by, Emma felt foolish for her momentary unease. Old buildings made sounds. Hospitals, with their complex ventilation systems and pipe networks, were especially prone to carrying noises in unexpected ways. It was nothing to worry about. Yet as she drove back to her apartment, Emma couldn't shake the distinct impression that the footsteps had been following her specifically, not random building noises, but deliberate steps that adjusted to her pace and maintained a constant distance. That night, she dreamed again of the east wing corridor. In the dream, she was walking quickly, almost running, while the footsteps behind her kept perfect pace. When she reached the double doors at the end, they were locked. Trapped, she finally turned to confront whoever was following her, and saw a nurse in an old-fashioned uniform, her face in shadow except for her eyes, which seemed to hold a profound sadness. The nurse raised a hand, not threateningly but as if in supplication, and Emma woke with a start. The next morning, as Emma prepared for her shift, she debated whether to mention the footsteps to anyone. Would they think she was being ridiculous? Overly imaginative? The last thing she wanted was to seem unstable to her new colleagues. She decided to take a subtle approach during her break with Lily. "This building has some interesting acoustics," she commented as they sat in the staff lounge with their coffees. "Especially in the East Wing corridor." Lily looked up from her phone. "Tell me about it." "That hallway is the worst. I swear sometimes it sounds like someone's right behind you when there's nobody there." Emma felt a rush of relief. "You've experienced that too." "I thought I was imagining things." "Oh no, it's a thing. Most of us just get used to it." Lily leaned forward, lowering her voice slightly though they were alone in the lounge. "Some of the night shift nurses have a whole ghost story about it, something about a nurse from the 50s who still does her rounds. But it's just weird acoustics and too many night shifts in a row." A nurse from the 50s? Emma thought of the photograph she had seen, of the nurse standing slightly apart from the others. Lily shrugged. "You know how these hospital ghost stories go. Every old hospital has at least one. Ours is apparently Nurse Rebecca, who supposedly still checks on patients in the cardiac ward." She grinned. "Though if a ghost is going to help with patient care, I'm not going to complain about the assistance." Emma laughed, grateful for Lily's matter-of-fact approach. "Fair point. Extra help is extra help. If you want the full ghost story, talk to Margot in radiology. She's been here forever and loves telling new staff all the hospital legends. Just be prepared for a long conversation. Margot doesn't do abbreviated versions." Emma filed this information away, both relieved that she wasn't the only one who had noticed the strange acoustics and curious about the story behind them. Not that she believed in ghosts, of course. But hospitals were places of intense human experiences, life, death, suffering, healing, and she could understand how such emotional intensity might leave impressions that transformed into legends over time. For the next few days, Emma settled into her role, growing more comfortable with the hospital's routines and her colleagues. Dr. Malcolm Reed, the cardiologist Lily had mentioned, turned out to be a tall, thin man in his early 60s with a crown of silver hair and wire-rimmed glasses that gave him an academic air. His manner was formal but kind, and he treated the nursing staff with genuine respect, often asking for their observations before making treatment decisions. "You came from Mass General, I understand," he commented after they had worked together on a patient with arrhythmia. "Excellent training ground. What brought you to our humble establishment?" Emma gave her now practiced response about seeking a change of pace, which Dr. Reed seemed to accept without question. "Well, we're fortunate to have someone with your experience. The cardiac unit has been one of our strengths since the beginning. Even in the hospital's leaner years, cardiac care remained a priority." "I read that the hospital struggled financially before the recent grants," Emma said, curious about the institution's history. Dr. Reed nodded, a shadow crossing his face. "There was a period about 10 years ago when closure seemed imminent. The town has never fully recovered from the decline of the timber industry, and maintaining a full-service hospital became increasingly difficult." His expression brightened. "But then Patricia Winters returned to her hometown and decided the hospital her grandfather had helped fund deserved saving. The Winters Foundation grants transformed Oakwood Memorial." "Patricia Winters. Is she still involved with the hospital?" "Very much so. She's the hospital administrator now. You'll meet her soon enough at the monthly staff meeting. Brilliant woman, MBA from Wharton, could have stayed in corporate America making millions, but chose to come back and revitalize the institution that carries her family name. Emma was intrigued. It seemed there was more to Oakwood Memorial than met the eye, layers of history and personal connections that had shaped its development over the decades. That night, Emma had to stay late again to complete a patient transfer to a larger facility in Springfield. By the time she finished her documentation, the cardiac unit was quiet, the night shift settled in, and most of the day staff long gone. As she prepared to leave, Emma found herself hesitating at the entrance to the East Wing corridor. She could take a longer route through the more modern sections of the hospital to avoid it, but that seemed cowardly. It was just a hallway with strange acoustics. Nothing to fear. Taking a deep breath, Emma started down the corridor, her footsteps echoing in the quiet evening. She had gone perhaps a third of the way when she heard them, the now familiar steps behind her, matching her pace with that distinctive nurse's rhythm. This time, instead of speeding up, Emma stopped abruptly and turned. As before, the corridor appeared empty, the shadows between light fixtures undisturbed. But in the moment before she turned, the footsteps had continued for just one more step before also stopping, as if whoever followed had taken a moment to realize she had paused. "Hello," Emma called, her voice sounding small in the long corridor. "Is someone there?" Silence answered her. No movement, no sound except the distant hum of the hospital's ventilation system. Emma stood still, listening intently. Nothing. Feeling slightly foolish but determined, she spoke again. "I can hear you walking behind me. If you're a staff member, please just say something." Again, silence, but was there a slight shift in the air, a subtle change in temperature? Emma couldn't be sure, but she felt a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, as if someone was standing very close behind her. She turned again quickly, but the corridor remained empty. Abandoning dignity for peace of mind, Emma walked the rest of the way at a brisk pace that was just short of running. The footsteps resumed behind her, keeping perfect time with her increased speed, not getting closer, but not falling behind either. When she burst through the double doors at the end of the corridor, Emma nearly collided with an elderly man in green scrubs pushing a cleaning cart. "Whoa there, miss," he said, steadying himself. "You in a hurry?" Emma tried to calm her breathing. "Sorry about that. I thought someone was following me, but there was no one there." The man, his name tag identified him as Harold, gave her a knowing look. "Ah, you heard the footsteps, did you? East Wing special feature, those are. You know about them?" Harold nodded, pushing his cart to one side so they could talk without blocking the corridor. "Been working nights here for 27 years. That hallway's always had a certain something to it. Most staff get used to it eventually. But what causes it? It can't actually be." Emma hesitated to say the word ghost out loud, especially to someone she had just met. "A haunting?" Harold finished for her, his expression matter-of-fact rather than teasing. "Well, I'm not one to say for sure. But those footsteps have been following folks through that corridor since long before my time. And always with that same sound, nurse's shoes, walking at a nurse's pace." "Have you ever seen anything?" Emma asked, fascinated despite her skepticism. Harold adjusted his glasses, considering. "Not seen, exactly. But felt, yes. Sometimes when I'm cleaning in the East Wing late at night, I get the distinct feeling someone's watching me work. Not in a threatening way, mind you. More like they're checking that I'm doing a proper job." He chuckled. "Makes me take extra care with those floors, I can tell you that." Emma smiled, appreciating his perspective. "Does this presence have a name?" Lily mentioned something about a nurse Rebecca. That's what some folks call her. Story goes she was a cardiac nurse back in the 50s, very dedicated to her patients. Never married, lived in the nurse's residence her whole career. The kind who saw nursing as a calling, not just a job. Harold shrugged. Whether you believe in such things or not, I figure it doesn't hurt to show a little respect. I always say good evening when I start cleaning that corridor, just in case." With that pragmatic approach to the supernatural, Harold bid Emma good night and continued with his rounds, leaving her with much to think about as she walked to her car. That night, Emma found herself looking through the hospital's public website again, searching for any historical information that might mention a nurse Rebecca who worked in cardiac care in the 1950s. She found nothing specific, though there were several group photos of nursing staff from that era. In one from 1953, she spotted what might be the same nurse who had caught her attention before, standing slightly apart, face partially turned away from the camera. The caption listed several names but without indicating which nurse was which. Before going to bed, Emma stood at her window, looking across at the illuminated hospital. The east wing was clearly visible from her vantage point, and as she watched, she again noticed something unusual about one of the windows, a different quality of light, a movement that didn't match the typical patterns of hospital activity. For just a moment, she thought she saw a figure in white pass by the window, but it was gone so quickly she couldn't be certain it wasn't just a trick of light and shadow. That night, her dreams returned to the east wing corridor, but with a difference. This time, instead of running from the footsteps, she was standing still, waiting. The nurse with the sad eyes approached from the shadows, her white uniform and cap distinct against the darkness. Her face became clearer, a woman perhaps in her 40s, with features that spoke of both kindness and determination. She held something in her hands, offering it to Emma, but before Emma could see what it was, she woke to the sound of her alarm. The dream left her with an unsettled feeling that persisted as she prepared for her shift. Unlike the fear she had felt during her first encounters with the footsteps, this was different, a sense of expectation, as if something important was trying to reach her. Whether it was her subconscious processing the hospital legends or something more, Emma couldn't say, but she found herself surprisingly eager to learn more. Chapter 3, Deeper Mysteries. The opportunity to investigate further came sooner than Emma expected. That afternoon, a patient needed an X-ray, and Emma volunteered to accompany them to the radiology department. After ensuring her patient was in good hands with the technician, she sought out Margot, the longtime employee Lily had mentioned. Margot Hamilton proved easy to find, a robust woman in her 60s with short gray hair and turquoise-framed glasses that matched her scrubs. She was organizing files with the efficiency of someone who had performed the same task for decades. "Excuse me," Emma approached. "Are you Margot?" "I'm Emma, new in cardiac." Lily Chin suggested I might ask you about some of the hospital's history. Margot looked up, her eyes brightening with interest. "Well now, someone who actually wants to hear about the old days. That's refreshing. The younger staff usually run the other direction when I start reminiscing." Emma smiled. "I'm interested in the hospital's past, especially anything about the East Wing and the cardiac department's history." "Ah," Margot's expression turned knowing. "Let me guess, you've heard the footsteps." "Yes, several times now." "And Lily mentioned something about a nurse Rebecca." Margot glanced around the department, which was momentarily quiet, then gestured to a small break room. "Let's have a proper chat. My next patient isn't for 15 minutes. Once they were seated with cups of mediocre vending machine coffee, Margot leaned forward, clearly relishing the chance to share her knowledge. Rebecca Sullivan was head cardiac nurse here from 1948 to 1956. By all accounts, she was exceptional, skilled, compassionate, completely devoted to her patients. The kind of nurse who knew their cases so thoroughly that doctors would consult her before making decisions. "What happened to her?" Emma asked, intrigued by this description that matched so well with Harold's brief account. Margot's expression grew more serious. "The official record says she died of pneumonia in the spring of 1956. She was only 42. The hospital held a memorial service, named a bench in the garden after her, and that was that." She paused, taking a sip of her coffee. But there have always been whispers about the circumstances. What kind of whispers? Well, for one thing, she became ill very suddenly. She was at work one day, seemingly fine, and hospitalized the next with a raging infection that took her within a week. For another, there was an unusual amount of administrative activity around her death, special meetings, restricted access to her medical records, that sort of thing. Emma frowned. That does sound strange. Any theories about what really happened? Nothing concrete. But Rebecca had apparently been concerned about a patient who died unexpectedly, a young man named Thomas Winters. Winters? As in the Winters family who helped fund the hospital? Margot nodded. The very same. Thomas was Patricia Winters' uncle, her father's younger brother. He was only 32 when he died of what was officially recorded as complications from a minor heart procedure. Rebecca had been his primary nurse and, according to hospital legend, had expressed concerns about his treatment before his death. And then she died suddenly herself, Emma said slowly, the implications becoming clear. Exactly. Now, I'm not saying there was foul play, Margot clarified, holding up a hand. But it's the kind of coincidence that gets people talking, especially in a small town. And then when the footsteps started being reported in the East Wing, always sounding like nurses' shoes, well, people made connections. Emma considered this information. Do you believe the footsteps are Rebecca's ghost? Margot shrugged. I believe something unusual happens in that corridor. I've heard those steps myself many times over the years. Whether it's Rebecca Sullivan trying to communicate something from beyond, or just some quirk of the building's acoustics, I couldn't say for certain. But I will tell you this, she leaned closer, her voice dropping slightly, those footsteps tend to become more noticeable when something's not right in the cardiac unit. What do you mean? There have been times over the years when patient care issues arose, medication errors, missed symptoms, that sort of thing. During those periods, the footstep phenomenon intensifies. More staff report hearing them, they become louder, more persistent. Margot sat back. Some of the older nurses used to say that Rebecca was still looking out for her patients, still trying to prevent mistakes. Emma thought about the distinct impression she'd had that the footsteps were following her specifically. Have others reported feeling like the presence is focused on them in particular? Occasionally, yes. Usually new staff in cardiac care. Margot studied Emma with newfound interest. Has that been your experience? Emma nodded slowly. The footsteps seem to follow me specifically. And I've had dreams about a nurse in an old-fashioned uniform trying to show me something. Margot's eyebrows rose. Well now, that's interesting. Rebecca doesn't usually appear in dreams, at least not that I've heard. She checked her watch reluctantly. I'm afraid I need to get back to my patients, but we should continue this conversation. There are hospital records from that period in the archive room in the basement. Nothing confidential, just old administrative documents, staff photos, that sort of thing. I could show you sometime if you're interested. I'd like that, Emma said, genuinely intrigued now. Thank you for sharing what you know. As Emma returned to the cardiac unit, her mind was filled with questions. The story of Rebecca Sullivan and Thomas Winters seemed like typical hospital folklore, the kind of tale that grows and changes with each retelling until the truth is obscured by layers of embellishment. And yet, there was something about it that resonated with her own experiences in the East Wing. The rest of her shift passed uneventfully, but Emma found herself paying more attention to details around her, the age of different sections of the hospital, the names on plaques and memorial benches, the subtle dynamics between longtime staff members. That evening, rather than hurrying through the East Wing corridor as she had the night before, Emma deliberately slowed her pace as she walked through it. The usual ambient sounds of the hospital seemed muted here, as if the corridor existed in its own pocket of time, separate from the modern medical facility around it. Rebecca? Emma said quietly when she was halfway down the corridor, feeling slightly ridiculous but compelled to try. I've heard about you. If you're trying to communicate something, I'm listening. For several seconds, nothing happened. Then, so faintly she almost missed it, came the sound of footsteps behind her, softer than before, almost hesitant, but unmistakably there. Emma resisted the urge to turn around immediately. Instead, she continued walking slowly, listening as the steps behind her maintained the same distance. When she finally did turn, the corridor appeared empty as always, but the air felt different somehow, charged with an awareness that hadn't been there before. I want to understand, Emma said to the apparently empty corridor. If something happened to you, if there's something you're trying to show about Thomas Winters or anything else, I'll try to help. The temperature seemed to drop several degrees around her, and for a brief moment, Emma thought she saw a slight disturbance in the air at the periphery of her vision, a shimmering, like heat rising from pavement, that might have outlined a human figure. But when she turned to look directly at it, there was nothing there. The footsteps had stopped, but Emma had the distinct impression she was being watched, evaluated, by someone or something she couldn't see. The feeling wasn't threatening, but it was intense enough to raise goosebumps on her arms. After several seconds of this strange communion, the atmosphere suddenly returned to normal. The corridor was just a corridor again, the air temperature stabilized, and the sense of being observed faded. Whatever presence had been there seemed to have withdrawn, though whether satisfied or disappointed by the interaction, Emma couldn't tell. She continued to the end of the corridor, aware of a subtle shift in her relationship with the hospital. Whether Rebecca Sullivan's ghost truly walked these halls or not, Emma had just committed herself to investigating a decades-old mystery, a search for truth that extended beyond the usual demands of her nursing role. As she drove home, Emma considered her next steps. Margot had mentioned archives in the basement that might contain records from Rebecca's time. That seemed like a logical place to start. She also wanted to learn more about Thomas Winters and his connection to the current hospital administrator, Patricia Winters. Emma's apartment felt particularly quiet that evening, the usual small sounds of the building emphasized by her heightened awareness. As she prepared a simple dinner, she found herself thinking about Rebecca Sullivan, a dedicated nurse who had perhaps noticed something wrong, spoken up about it, and then died suddenly of a convenient illness. It was the kind of scenario that would make for a compelling medical drama, yet it had potentially played out here in this small-town hospital decades ago. After dinner, Emma returned to her online research, this time focusing on the Winters family and their connection to Oakwood Memorial. Thomas Winters, she discovered, had been the younger son of Harold Winters, the timber baron who had provided much of the funding for the hospital's construction. While his older brother James had followed their father into the family business, Thomas had pursued medical research, showing early promise before his untimely death in 1956. An obituary from the local newspaper praised his contributions to cardiovascular research and mentioned that he had returned to Oakwood Heights for a minor procedure when complications arose. The article was vague about the nature of these complications, noting only that, despite the excellent care provided by the outstanding staff at Oakwood Memorial, Dr. Winters succumbed after a brave struggle. The language struck Emma as the careful phrasing of something being deliberately obscured. What had really happened to Thomas Winters? And how was Rebecca Sullivan connected to his death? As Emma continued searching, she found a photograph from what appeared to be a hospital function in 1955, a fundraising gala based on the caption. Among the attendees were several Winters family members, including Thomas, a slender man with intelligent eyes and a reserved smile. Standing somewhat near him in the group photo, though not directly beside him, was a woman Emma immediately recognized as the nurse from the staff photos, Rebecca Sullivan, her posture straight, her expression professional but with a hint of intensity that set her apart from the other attendees. Was there something between them? Emma wondered. A professional relationship between doctor and nurse, or perhaps something more personal? The photograph offered no clear answers, but the fact that they were both present, both young professionals at the hospital during the same period, and both died within months of each other in 1956 seemed increasingly significant. Emma's research was interrupted by a text from Lily. Weird question, has the East Wing been extra creepy for you lately? footsteps are following me constantly now. Getting annoying. Emma responded, actually yes. Been looking into the hospital's history. There's an interesting story there. Lily's reply came quickly, Nurse Rebecca. Margot got to you with her ghost stories. Something like that. Want to grab coffee tomorrow and I'll fill you in? Definitely. Curious what you found. I'm off at 3, Java Junction at 3:30. They confirmed the plan, and Emma returned to her research, though she found little additional information online. The hospital's public archives didn't go into detail about specific cases or personnel matters from the 1950s, which wasn't surprising given privacy considerations. But her interest was thoroughly piqued now, and she was determined to visit the physical archives Margot had mentioned. That night, Emma dreamed again of the East Wing corridor. This time, the nurse, Rebecca, appeared more clearly. She was standing at the far end of the hallway, beckoning urgently. When Emma approached, Rebecca turned and walked through a door Emma had never noticed before, a door that, in her waking explorations of the hospital, simply wasn't there. The dream shifted, and Emma found herself in what appeared to be a patient room from the 1950s. Rebecca stood beside a hospital bed where a man lay unconscious, Thomas Winters, recognizable from the photograph Emma had found. Rebecca was checking something on a chart, her expression troubled. She turned to Emma and held out the chart, clearly wanting her to see something important recorded there. But before Emma could take it, she was awoken by the sound of breaking glass. Disoriented, she sat up in bed, heart racing. The noise had been real, not part of her dream. It took her a moment to realize that a picture frame had fallen from her bedside table and shattered on the floor. Emma checked the time, 3:17 a.m., and carefully got out of bed to clean up the broken glass. The frame had contained a photograph of her nursing school graduation. As she picked it up, she noticed something odd. A thin line of moisture ran across the glass, as if someone had drawn a wet finger over it. The line crossed directly over the hospital name visible on a banner in the background of the photo. A coincidence, surely. The frame must have been balanced precariously and finally toppled over. The strange mark was probably just how the glass had cracked. Yet as Emma cleaned up the mess and returned to bed, she couldn't shake the feeling that Rebecca Sullivan was becoming more insistent in her attempts to communicate, moving from subtle footsteps to more direct interventions. The next day, Emma's shift was busy enough that she had little time to think about ghosts or historical mysteries. A patient was admitted with complications following a stent placement, requiring Emma's full attention and expertise. Dr. Reed worked alongside her with his usual calm efficiency, and Emma was reminded of why she had chosen nursing as a profession. These moments of focused care where her skills made a tangible difference in someone's recovery. By the time she met Lily at Java Junction, the town's only independent coffee shop, Emma was tired but satisfied with the day's work. "You look like you had a day," Lily commented as Emma slid into the booth with her latte. "Mr. Peterson's stent wasn't behaving," Emma confirmed. "But we got him stabilized." "How was your shift?" "Pretty routine." Mrs. Abernathy complained about the food, Mr. Collins tried to flirt with every female staff member under 60, and Dr. Reed was his usual precisely punctual self. Lily took a sip of her elaborately topped frozen coffee drink. "So, what's this interesting hospital history you've been investigating?" Emma shared what she had learned from Margot and her own research, the story of Rebecca Sullivan and Thomas Winters, their deaths in 1956, and the questions surrounding both. Lily listened with growing interest. "Okay, that is way more specific than the vague ghost nurse story I've heard. And you think the footsteps in the East Wing are connected to this Rebecca trying to, expose some cover-up from the 1950s? "It sounds ridiculous when you put it that way," Emma admitted. "But the timing is suspicious, don't you think? A nurse expresses concerns about a patient from the prominent family that funded the hospital, the patient dies anyway, and then the nurse herself dies suddenly of an aggressive infection. I'll grant you it's suspicious," Lily conceded. But it was also the 1950s. Medicine was different then. Infections could take people quickly before modern antibiotics, and hospitals weren't as rigorous about investigating unexpected outcomes. That's true, Emma acknowledged. But something about this feels unresolved. And now the footsteps seem to be getting more noticeable, not just for me but for you too. Lily shrugged. Could be suggestion. Once one person mentions hearing something, others start noticing it too. She studied Emma's expression. But you really think there's something to this, don't you? I do, Emma said firmly. Enough that I want to look into it further. Margot mentioned hospital archives in the basement. I'm going to try to access them and see if there's any documentation from that time period. Want company? Lily offered. I'm not convinced about ghostly nurses with unfinished business, but I do love a good mystery. And 2 sets of eyes are better than 1 for going through old records. Emma felt a wave of gratitude for her new colleague's open-mindedness. That would be great, actually. Margot said she could show us the archives. I'll check when she might be available. Just don't mention any of this to Patricia Winters, Lily advised, lowering her voice slightly though the coffee shop was nearly empty. She's very protective of the hospital's reputation and her family's legacy. If there was any kind of cover-up involving her uncle, she wouldn't appreciate staff digging into it. Have you met her? Emma asked, curious about the hospital administrator who had been mentioned several times now. A few times at staff meetings. She's intimidating, brilliant, always perfectly put together, and has this way of looking at you like she's calculating your value to the institution. Lily made a face. She's done amazing things for the hospital financially, but she's not exactly warm and fuzzy. This description made Emma even more curious about Patricia Winters and her connection to the events of 1956. If Thomas had been her uncle, she would have been quite young when he died, perhaps not even born yet, depending on her age. How much did she know about the circumstances of his death? Was her later decision to save the hospital connected in any way to what had happened to him there? As Emma walked back to her apartment, she found herself looking at Oakwood Memorial with new eyes, not just as her workplace, but as the setting of a decades-old mystery that might still have relevance today. The imposing structure seemed to hold its secrets close, its stone walls and long corridors preserving echoes of the past that perhaps had never truly faded. That evening, Emma received a text from Margot, free tomorrow afternoon around 4 if you still want to see the archives. Meet at radiology. Emma confirmed the plan and included Lily in the arrangement. As she prepared for bed, she found herself both eager and slightly apprehensive about what they might discover in the hospital's basement archives. Would there be any record of Rebecca's concerns about Thomas Winters' treatment? Any documentation of the complications that had supposedly taken his life? She glanced out her window toward the hospital before drawing the curtains. The east wing was clearly visible, and again she noticed that strange quality of light in one of the windows, a warm glow unlike the fluorescent brightness of the rest of the building. As she watched, the light moved, as if someone carrying it walked from one side of the window to the other. Rebecca? Emma whispered, though there was no way the name could carry across the distance between her apartment and the hospital. What are you trying to tell me? The light in the window flickered once, twice, and then went out, leaving the east wing in darkness except for the standard security lighting that illuminated all parts of the hospital after hours. Emma drew her curtains and turned away from the window, but the image of that moving light stayed with her as she settled into bed. Whatever presence walked the east wing, whether the restless spirit of Rebecca Sullivan or simply the accumulated energy of decades of human experiences in those corridors, it seemed increasingly clear that it was trying to communicate something specific. And for whatever reason, it had chosen Emma as its recipient. Chapter 4, Whispers from the Past. The hospital basement was noticeably cooler than the upper floors, with the unmistakable smell of old paper and slight dampness that characterized storage areas in aging buildings. Margot led Emma and Lily through a maze of corridors, past maintenance rooms and storage areas, to a heavy door marked simply Archives. "Most of this is administrative stuff nobody needs regular access to," Margot explained as she unlocked the door. "Financial records, building maintenance logs, staffing schedules, the boring backbone of hospital operations. But there are also photographs, newsletters, and other historical materials that someone decided were worth keeping but not worth digitizing." The archive room itself was larger than Emma had expected, a long, rectangular space with metal shelving units creating narrow aisles. Boxes and bound volumes were organized by decade, with typed labels indicating their contents. A single table with 4 chairs stood near the entrance, presumably for those rare occasions when someone needed to examine the materials. "The 1950s would be over here," Margot said, leading them to a section about halfway down the room. "I've looked through some of this myself over the years. There's no patient information. Those records would have been stored separately and likely destroyed long ago given privacy regulations. But there are staff newsletters, administrative memos, that sort of thing." Lily surveyed the shelves with a slightly overwhelmed expression. "This is going to be like finding a needle in a haystack, isn't it?" "Maybe not," Emma said, scanning the neatly labeled boxes. "We're looking specifically for anything related to Rebecca Sullivan or Thomas Winters, and we have a pretty narrow time frame, late 1955 to spring 1956. They divided the relevant boxes between them, each taking a section of the table to examine their materials. Emma found herself with several bound volumes of The Oakwood Pulse, the hospital staff newsletter from that period, while Lily sorted through administrative memos, and Margot examined a box labeled Personnel, Nursing Staff 1950 to 1959. The search was tedious but not without interest. The newsletters provided a window into hospital life in the 1950s, announcements about new medical equipment, profiles of staff members, updates on hospital policies, and social notices about marriages, births, and community events. Emma found herself unexpectedly moved by these glimpses of ordinary professional life from decades ago, preserved in yellowing paper and faded typescript. "I found her," Margot announced after about 20 minutes. She held up a folder labeled Sullivan, Rebecca J., Head Nurse, Cardiac Unit. Employment records, performance reviews, that sort of thing. Emma and Lily gathered around as Margot carefully opened the folder. Inside were several typed forms documenting Rebecca's employment history, her hiring in 1943 as a staff nurse, her promotion to head nurse in 1948, annual evaluations that consistently rated her performance as exceptional. There were also several commendation letters from doctors who had worked with her, praising her clinical judgment and dedication to patients. "She really was as good as the stories say," Lily commented, examining a performance review that described Rebecca as the standard to which all nursing staff should aspire. The final documents in the folder were more somber, a notice of her hospitalization in March 1956, a death certificate listing the cause as acute bacterial pneumonia with septic complications, and a memo about her memorial service. What struck Emma most was the abruptness of it all. One day Rebecca was a valued employee with an unblemished record, and the next she was gone, her decade-plus of service summarized in a few bureaucratic forms. "There's nothing here about any concerns she raised," Emma noted, carefully examining each document. "Nothing about Thomas Winters or any patient care issues at all." "That wouldn't necessarily be in her personnel file," Margot pointed out. "If she formally reported concerns, they might be in administrative correspondence or committee minutes. If it was more informal, conversations with colleagues or supervisors, there might not be any record at all." Lily, who had returned to her box of administrative memos, suddenly straightened. "I might have something here. It's a memo from the hospital director to the Board of Trustees, dated February 12, 1956. She read aloud, "Regarding the matter discussed in our special session of February 8, I have spoken with all involved personnel and impressed upon them the absolute necessity of discretion. The Winters family has been assured of our commitment to privacy and professionalism during this difficult time." Emma felt a flutter of excitement. "That has to be about Thomas Winters." "The timing fits," He died in mid-February 1956, according to the obituary I found. It's vague, though, Lily pointed out. Could be referring to anything, and it doesn't mention Rebecca specifically. But it does suggest something happened that required discretion and a special session of the board, Margot said thoughtfully. That's not typical procedure for a straightforward patient death, even for a prominent family. Encouraged by this find, they continued searching with renewed focus. Emma returned to the newsletters, looking specifically at issues from January through March 1956. In the February 22 edition, she found a brief notice: the Oakwood Memorial Hospital community mourns the loss of Dr. Thomas Winters, whose contributions to cardiovascular research showed such promise. A memorial service will be held in the hospital chapel on February 25. In the same issue, there was a separate article about recent advances in cardiac care at Oakwood Memorial, specifically mentioning a new approach to treating certain arrhythmias. The article credited several physicians, but not Thomas Winters, which seemed odd given the memorial notice on the same page. I wonder what kind of research Thomas was doing, Emma mused. And what the minor procedure was that supposedly led to his death. As they continued searching, more pieces began to emerge. Lily found minutes from a nursing supervisors meeting in early February that noted head nurse Sullivan has requested reassignment of certain duties temporarily due to personal concerns. No explanation was given for these concerns or what duties were reassigned. Margot discovered a hospital census document showing that several rooms in the cardiac ward were listed as unavailable for patient assignment for a week in mid-February, marked with an administrative code that typically indicated cleaning or maintenance, but the hospital maintenance logs for the same period showed no scheduled work in those rooms. They cleared out part of the ward, Margot said, connecting the documents. Right around the time Thomas Winters died. Why would they do that unless something happened that they didn't want other patients or staff to witness? Emma was about to respond when she noticed a thin folder labeled Incident Reports, Cardiac Unit, 1956, tucked between larger volumes on the shelf behind them. She carefully extracted it, finding it contained only a few pages. Most were routine documentation of minor incidents: a patient fall with no injury, a medication delivered 30 minutes late, a missing equipment item later found. But the final document in the folder made Emma's heart beat faster. It was an incident report dated February 7, 1956, filed by R. Sullivan, RN, regarding unauthorized procedure, room 414. The report was brief but clear. At approximately 23:45, I observed Dr. Winters administering an uncharted injection to patient T. Winters. When questioned, Dr. Winters stated it was an adjusted dosage of the patient's prescribed medication and that the paperwork would be updated later. I expressed concern about the protocol violation and was instructed to focus on other patients. Patient subsequently exhibited increased heart rate and respiratory distress. Crash team called at 010. Dr. Winters. Lily read over Emma's shoulder. Who's that? Alexander Winters, Margot replied immediately. Thomas's older brother. He wasn't a cardiologist, he was trained in research pharmacology, I believe, but he had hospital privileges here because of the family connection. Her eyes widened as she processed the implications of the report. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Emma nodded slowly. Rebecca caught Alexander administering something unauthorized to his brother Thomas. Something that may have caused the complications that led to Thomas's death. But why would Alexander harm his own brother? Lily asked, her skepticism evident. I don't know, Emma admitted. But this report shows Rebecca witnessed something concerning, documented it properly, and then died herself just a few weeks later. That can't be coincidence. Margot looked troubled. Alexander Winters was Patricia's father. If he was involved in medical misconduct that led to his brother's death, then Patricia might have a very personal reason for wanting to keep this buried, Emma finished. Even now, decades later, the implications hung heavy in the air between them. They had uncovered evidence suggesting not just medical malpractice but potentially something far worse, a brother harming a brother, a nurse who documented the incident dying suspiciously soon after, and a cover-up orchestrated at the highest levels of hospital administration. "We need to be careful with this information," Margot said quietly. "The Winters Foundation practically saved this hospital. Patricia Winters has tremendous influence not just here but throughout the region. Making accusations based on a 60-year-old incident report would be risky. But if Rebecca has been trying to communicate about this all these years, trying to get someone to recognize what happened to her and to Thomas," Emma began. "That's assuming the footsteps really are Rebecca's ghost," Lily interjected, though her earlier skepticism seemed somewhat diminished. "Even if all this happened exactly as it appears, what can anyone do about it now? Alexander Winters is presumably long dead. The statute of limitations on any crime would have expired decades ago." "It's not about legal consequences," Emma said, understanding dawning as she spoke. "It's about acknowledgement. About truth. Rebecca did everything right. She documented an incident, reported a concern, and not only was she ignored, but she may have paid for her professionalism with her life. If her spirit is still here, maybe what she wants is for someone to finally recognize that." They carefully returned the documents to their proper places, each lost in thought about what they had discovered. As they prepared to leave the archive room, Emma felt a distinct chill pass through the air around them, the same temperature drop she had experienced in the East Wing corridor. "Did you feel that?" she asked, looking at the others. Lily rubbed her arms. "Yeah, it just got freezing in here all of a sudden." Margot nodded slowly. "I think someone's letting us know we're on the right track." The sensation passed as quickly as it had come, but it left Emma with a renewed sense of purpose. Whatever had happened in 1956, Rebecca Sullivan's story deserved to be acknowledged, her professionalism recognized, her concerns validated, her suspicious death not forgotten. As they left the basement and returned to the main hospital, Emma felt a subtle shift in her perception of the building around her. The long corridors, the high ceilings, the very walls seemed to hold years of stories, not just the expected narratives of healing and care, but also secrets, conflicts, and injustices that had never been properly addressed. "What do we do with this information?" Lily asked as they reached the main floor. Her expression showed she was taking the situation more seriously now, despite her initial skepticism. "I need to think about that," Emma replied honestly. "We have pieces of a story, but not the whole thing. Why would Alexander harm Thomas? What was in that injection? And how exactly did Rebecca go from filing an incident report to dying of pneumonia within weeks?" "Be careful who you share these questions with," Margot advised. "I've worked here long enough to know that the past and present of this hospital are more interconnected than most people realize. Many of today's staff have family connections going back decades." With that warning, they parted ways, Margot returning to radiology, Lily heading home for the day, and Emma making her way to the cardiac unit to collect her belongings before leaving. Her shift had ended while they were in the archives, and the evening staff had already taken over. As Emma walked through the East Wing corridor, she was acutely aware of the history that had unfolded in this very space decades ago. Had Rebecca walked this same path, carrying her concerns about what she'd witnessed? Had she faced pressure or threats to keep quiet? Had something, or someone, ensured she never had the chance to pursue her concerns further? The corridor seemed different now that Emma knew more about its past. The shadows between light fixtures felt heavier, the distance to the double doors at the end somehow longer. Yet she wasn't afraid as she had been during her early encounters with the footsteps. Instead, she felt a deepening connection to the nurse who had walked these halls before her, a fellow professional who had prioritized patient care and proper protocol even when it put her at odds with powerful interests. "I'm beginning to understand, Rebecca," Emma said softly as she walked. "I'll find a way to make this right." There was no response, no footsteps, no temperature change, no visible manifestation. But Emma had the distinct impression that she had been heard, that her commitment had been registered by whatever presence lingered in the east wing. That evening in her apartment, Emma organized what they had learned into a coherent timeline. 1. February 7, 1956. Rebecca Sullivan witnesses Alexander Winters administering an unauthorized injection to his brother Thomas, who subsequently goes into distress. She files an incident report. 2. February 8, 1956. The hospital board holds a special session about something requiring discretion. 3. Mid-February 1956. Thomas Winters dies of complications. Several rooms in the cardiac ward are temporarily closed. 4. Late February 1956. The hospital newsletter announces Thomas's death and a memorial service. 5. March 1956. Rebecca Sullivan develops a sudden, severe pneumonia and dies within a week. The sequence strongly suggested a connection between Rebecca's incident report and her subsequent death. But the missing piece was motive. Why would Alexander Winters harm his brother? What could have driven him to such an act, and how was it connected to Thomas's cardiac research? Emma decided that understanding Thomas's work might provide insights into the larger picture. She returned to her online research, focusing now on medical journals and academic publications from the mid-1950s that might mention Thomas Winters. After several hours of searching, she found references to his work in cardiovascular pharmacology, specifically, the development of new treatments for arrhythmias. A 1955 journal article co-authored by Thomas described preliminary research on a compound that showed promise for stabilizing certain types of irregular heartbeats. The article mentioned that clinical trials were being planned with a pharmaceutical company called Westfield Laboratories. Further research revealed that Westfield Laboratories had been acquired in the late 1950s by a larger pharmaceutical corporation, which itself had eventually become part of the healthcare conglomerate that now supplied many of Oakwood Memorial's medications and equipment. And who had been a major shareholder in Westfield Laboratories in the 1950s? The Winters family, particularly Alexander Winters, who had served on its board of directors. It comes back to money, Emma murmured, connecting the pieces. What if Thomas's research had threatened Alexander's financial interests in some way? What if the brothers had disagreed about the development or application of Thomas's work? As Emma continued searching, another connection emerged that made her breath catch. Patricia Winters, the current hospital administrator, had worked for the same healthcare conglomerate that had absorbed Westfield Laboratories, serving as an executive in their legal department before returning to Oakwood Heights to revitalize the hospital through her family foundation. The connections were too numerous to be coincidental. The Winters family's involvement with the hospital, with pharmaceutical research, and with the corporate entities that had evolved from these early relationships created a complex web spanning more than 6 decades. Before bed, Emma texted Lily, found more connections. Thomas was researching heart medications. Alexander was involved with the pharmaceutical company that would have produced them. Money and family drama. Lily's response came quickly, why am I not surprised? When isn't it about money? Be careful with this, Emma. Powerful families tend to protect their secrets. Emma knew the warning was well-founded, but she felt committed to the path she had started down. Not only for Rebecca's sake, though the thought of a dedicated nurse silenced for doing her job properly was certainly motivating, but also because of what it represented. The dynamics that had allowed powerful interests to override patient safety and staff concerns in the 1950s hadn't disappeared from healthcare, they had just evolved into more sophisticated forms. As a nurse who had left a prestigious hospital partly because of systemic issues that compromised care, Emma felt a kinship with Rebecca that transcended the decades between them. They were both professionals who had faced the challenge of upholding their standards in environments where other priorities sometimes took precedence over patient well-being. That night, Emma dreamed more vividly of Rebecca than ever before. In the dream, they stood together in room 414, the room mentioned in Rebecca's incident report. Rebecca was showing her a medication vial, pointing to something on its label that seemed important. When Emma looked closely, she could see that the label had been altered, something written over or changed. Rebecca then led her to a cabinet in the room, opening a drawer and removing what appeared to be a notebook, a research journal or log of some kind. She opened it to a specific page and pointed urgently at an entry, her expression conveying the critical importance of this information. Before Emma could read what was written there, the dream shifted. They were in the long East Wing corridor, but it looked different, newer, with more staff and patients moving through it. Rebecca was walking quickly, clutching papers to her chest, her expression determined but fearful. She kept looking back over her shoulder, as if expecting someone to follow her. The dream ended abruptly with Rebecca turning to face Emma directly, her eyes conveying a mixture of urgency and hope, her hand extended as if passing something important to her successor across the decades. Emma woke with the distinct impression that the dream had not been merely a product of her subconscious processing the day's discoveries, but something more, a deliberate communication, Rebecca using the intimate landscape of dreams to share information she couldn't convey through footsteps or subtle environmental changes. The altered medication label and the research notebook seemed significant, concrete elements that might hold keys to understanding what had really happened. But where would such items be after 60 years, if they still existed at all? As Emma prepared for her morning shift, she considered who might have insights about the hospital's older records and storage systems. Margot had been helpful with the administrative archives, but medical records and research materials would have been stored differently, especially sensitive items related to potential misconduct. She decided to approach Dr. Reed carefully. As a longtime staff member and someone with obvious integrity, he might have knowledge about the hospital's systems without being likely to shut down her inquiries. And his cardiac specialty made him a natural person to ask about past research in that field. Emma found an opportunity during a quiet moment between patient rounds. Dr. Reed was updating charts at the nurse's station, his meticulous handwriting filling the margins with additional observations. Dr. Reed, Emma began, keeping her tone casual, I've been interested in the hospital's history, especially the cardiac unit. I understand there was some innovative research happening here back in the 1950s. Dr. Reed looked up, his expression brightening with academic interest. Indeed there was. Oakwood Memorial had quite a respected research program in its earlier days, particularly in cardiovascular pharmacology. Dr. Thomas Winters was doing pioneering work on antiarrhythmics before his untimely death. I've come across his name in my reading, Emma said truthfully. His work sounded fascinating. Would any of his research materials still be around somewhere in the hospital? I'd be interested to learn more about the approaches they were using back then. Dr. Reed considered the question, removing his glasses and polishing them thoughtfully. Most of the formal research records would have been transferred to the pharmaceutical companies that continued the work after his death. But there might be some materials in the medical library archives. He replaced his glasses. May I ask what sparked this historical interest? Emma had prepared for this question. I've always been fascinated by how nursing and medical approaches evolve over time. Coming to a hospital with such a long history, I was curious about its contributions to cardiac care specifically. Dr. Reed nodded, seeming to accept this explanation. A commendable professional interest. The medical library is on the third floor of the West Wing. Most of the historical materials are in a separate room at the back. You'll need to ask the librarian, Mrs. Chen, for access. Just tell her I sent you. Thank you, I appreciate it, Emma said sincerely. One other question, if you don't mind. I've heard that Dr. Winters died from complications of a procedure here at Oakwood. What kind of procedure was it, do you know? A slight shadow crossed Dr. Reed's face. The details aren't entirely clear in the historical record. It was some type of experimental treatment related to his own research, as I understand it. A tragic irony. He paused, then added with careful precision, the standards for research protocols and informed consent were quite different in that era. Many practices that would be considered inappropriate or even unethical today were common then. Emma noted the careful neutrality of his phrasing. It must have been devastating for the hospital to lose someone with such promise. Indeed. And there were complicated family dynamics as well. Thomas's brother Alexander was also involved in medical research, though more on the pharmaceutical development side. There were rumors of professional disagreements between them. Dr. Reed glanced at his watch. I should continue my rounds, but please do visit the medical library. Mrs. Chen is a font of historical knowledge herself. As Dr. Reed departed, Emma reflected on the additional context he had provided, particularly the confirmation of professional tension between the brothers. His suggestion to visit the medical library was promising. Perhaps there she would find more specific information about Thomas's research and how it might have conflicted with Alexander's interests. The remainder of her shift passed without incident, though Emma noticed the East Wing corridor seemed unusually cold when she walked through it, despite the mild autumn day outside. The footsteps that had followed her so persistently earlier in the week were absent, but the air held a quality of expectation, as if the space itself was waiting for the next development in her investigation. After her shift ended, Emma made her way to the medical library on the third floor of the West Wing. Unlike the imposing, Gothic architecture of the East Wing, this section of the hospital had been built in the 1970s after the fire, with a more utilitarian design typical of that era. The library was a large, well-lit room lined with bookshelves and featuring several computer workstations. A central desk was staffed by an elderly woman with a neat silver bob and stylish red-framed glasses. Mrs. Chen. Emma approached the desk. I'm Emma Sinclair from the cardiac unit. Dr. Reed suggested I speak with you about accessing some of the historical materials related to cardiac research conducted here in the 1950s. Mrs. Chen regarded her with sharp intelligence. Dr. Reed mentioned you might be stopping by. You're interested in Thomas Winter's work, I understand. Yes, I'm curious about the approaches to arrhythmia treatment they were developing back then, and how they compare to current methods. Mrs. Chen studied her for a moment, as if assessing her true intentions, then nodded slightly. The historical collection is through that door. She indicated a room at the back of the library. The materials are organized by specialty and time period. Cardiovascular research from the 1950s would be in Section C, shelves 3 through 5. I'll need to unlock it for you. As they walked to the collection room, Mrs. Chen spoke quietly. Dr. Winter's work was quite innovative for its time. He was developing treatments that might have changed the standard of care for certain conditions, had he lived to complete his research. The room itself was smaller than the main library, with tall shelves creating narrow aisles and a single table for examining materials. The air held the unmistakable scent of old paper and binding glue. Here we are, Mrs. Chen said, indicating a section of shelving. These boxes contain journals, reports, and some personal research notes that remained at the hospital after Dr. Winter's death. Most of his official research would have gone to Westfield Laboratories, but these materials were considered too preliminary or personal to be transferred. Emma thanked her, and Mrs. Chen returned to her desk, leaving Emma alone with the historical materials. The boxes were neatly labeled by date, and Emma started with those from late 1955 and early 1956, the period just before Thomas's death. Most of the contents were what she expected: journal articles, conference presentations, and handwritten research notes describing experimental protocols and observations. Thomas's handwriting was neat and precise, his notes thorough and methodical, reflective of a careful scientific mind. In a folder of personal correspondence, Emma found letters between Thomas and colleagues at other institutions, discussing research approaches and potential applications. One exchange from December 1955 caught her attention, Thomas expressing concerns about pressure to accelerate the testing schedule beyond what I consider scientifically and ethically sound. In his final letter to this colleague, dated January 28, 1956, just days before his death, Thomas wrote, "The preliminary results are promising but inconclusive. A is pushing for immediate clinical trials, arguing that marketplace position is paramount. I maintain that safety requires additional laboratory validation. This disagreement has moved beyond professional differences into something more personal and troubling. I have documented my concerns formally and will continue to advocate for the proper protocol, regardless of family pressures. A. almost certainly referred to Alexander, confirming the professional conflict Dr. Reed had hinted at. Thomas apparently wanted more testing before moving his treatment to clinical trials, while Alexander, with his financial interests in Westfield Laboratories, was pushing for faster development. Emma continued searching, looking for the formal documentation of concerns Thomas mentioned. In a box containing loose papers and notes, she found a small leather-bound notebook tucked between larger folders. Opening it carefully, she discovered it was Thomas's personal research journal, less formal than his official notes, containing thoughts, questions, and observations about his work and the people involved with it. The entries from early February 1956 were particularly revealing. February 3rd, meeting with A and Westfield Board today. Tense. They're pushing for announcement of clinical trials at the cardiology conference next month. Explained that the compound still shows irregular results in lab tests, sometimes stabilizing rhythm, sometimes causing dangerous acceleration. A accused me of unnecessary delays, suggested I'm being overly cautious to the point of obstruction. Reminded him that shortcuts now could mean disaster later, both for patients and the company's reputation. Left meeting with relationship more strained than ever. February 5th, they suggested I try a modified formulation he's developed with Westfield chemists. Claims it addresses the stability issues I've identified. Asked to see the lab data, he said it would be provided in due time, but that I should trust the process. Trust seems in short supply between us lately. Have agreed to review the new formulation, but will insist on complete documentation before considering any clinical application. February 6th, admitted to cardiac unit for monitoring during initial trial of modified compound. A insists this controlled setting makes the most sense for preliminary human testing. Dr. Harrison concurs. Will self-administer minimal dose with continuous cardiac monitoring. All standard protocols in place. This was the last entry in the journal. Thomas Winters had apparently agreed to test the modified version of his compound on himself, under controlled conditions in the hospital. And the very next day, Rebecca Sullivan had filed her incident report about Alexander administering an unauthorized injection to Thomas. The implications were disturbing. Had Alexander given his brother a different formulation than agreed upon? Had he deliberately manipulated the dosage to cause harm? Or had there been a mistake, a tragic error rather than intentional malice? Emma carefully photographed the key pages of the journal with her phone, making sure to capture Thomas's final entries as well as the earlier mentions of his conflict with Alexander. This was concrete evidence supporting the narrative that had been emerging from their investigation, a disagreement over research protocols that had financial implications, culminating in Thomas's unexpected death following an intervention by his brother. As she was returning the materials to their proper places, Emma noticed a thin manila envelope that had fallen behind one of the boxes. Retrieving it, she found it contained several black and white photographs, apparently documentation of laboratory results. Most showed test tubes or recording equipment, but one image caught her attention, a medication vial with a label partially visible. Something about it triggered a connection to her dream, the altered medication label Rebecca had been trying to show her. Emma examined the photograph more closely. The vial was labeled Cardiac Compound W57, February 1956, but there appeared to be something written by hand on the label, a small notation that read, Modified Formula A, not approved for human use. This could be the very compound Alexander had administered to Thomas, a formula that had not been approved for human testing. If Thomas had agreed to test one version of the medication under controlled conditions, but Alexander had substituted this modified formula without proper approval or documentation, it would explain both the unauthorized injection Rebecca had reported and the subsequent medical crisis. Emma carefully replaced all the materials except the photograph, which she slipped into her bag. She felt a momentary twinge of guilt at removing a historical document, but the evidence seemed too important to leave behind, especially given the powerful interests that might prefer it remain buried. As she left the library, thanking Mrs. Chen on her way out, Emma felt both excitement at these discoveries and apprehension about their implications. She now had concrete evidence suggesting that Alexander Winters had administered an unauthorized, potentially dangerous experimental medication to his brother, likely leading to his death. Rebecca Sullivan had witnessed this, documented it appropriately, and then died herself under suspicious circumstances shortly thereafter. And Patricia Winters, Alexander's daughter and the current hospital administrator, had connections to the pharmaceutical interests that had ultimately benefited from Thomas's research after his death. Whether she knew the full truth about her father's actions was unclear, but her position certainly gave her reason to discourage any investigation into these historical events. As Emma walked toward the east wing to exit the hospital, she felt a subtle change in the air around her, a sense of accompaniment that was now becoming familiar. The footsteps didn't sound behind her this time, but she had the distinct impression that Rebecca was with her, perhaps seeing the evidence Emma had uncovered and feeling her own professional actions finally validated after all these years. "I'm beginning to understand what happened," Emma said softly as she walked. "And I promise, I won't let it stay buried." A gentle coolness touched her cheek, like a passing breeze where no breeze should be, and Emma knew with certainty that she had been heard. Chapter 5, Gathering Shadows. Over the next few days, Emma continued her regular nursing duties while carefully considering how to proceed with the information she had discovered. The evidence strongly suggested medical misconduct leading to Thomas Winters' death, followed by Rebecca Sullivan's suspicious illness shortly after she documented the incident. But what could be done about events that had occurred more than 60 years ago? Emma shared her findings with Lily and Margot over coffee at Java Junction, careful to select a corner table where they wouldn't be overheard. "It's worse than we thought," Lily said after examining the journal entries and photograph Emma had captured. "Alexander Winters basically experimented on his own brother with a compound that wasn't approved for human use. And when Rebecca documented it, she conveniently developed a fatal case of pneumonia weeks later," Margot added grimly. "Though proving any connection after all this time would be nearly impossible." "I'm not trying to build a legal case," Emma clarified. "The statute of limitations has long expired, and Alexander himself is presumably dead. What I want is acknowledgement, recognition of what happened to Thomas and to Rebecca. That would mean confronting the Winters family legacy," Margot pointed out. "Specifically, Patricia Winters, who controls this hospital's funding and has built her own reputation partly on her family's long association with Oakwood Memorial. Not to mention potentially implicating her father in medical misconduct and possibly worse," Lily added. "She's not going to thank you for that." Emma understood their concerns. Taking this information forward carried real risks, to her job security, her professional reputation, and potentially to the hospital itself if the Winters Foundation withdrew its support. Yet the alternative, keeping the truth buried for the sake of institutional stability, felt like betraying Rebecca and everything she had stood for as a nurse. "I need to think carefully about next steps," Emma acknowledged. "But doing nothing isn't an option. Not if Rebecca has been waiting all these years for someone to recognize what happened." "The footsteps have stopped, haven't they?" Lily asked suddenly. "I haven't heard them in the East Wing since we started looking into this." Emma nodded. "For me too. It's different now, more like a presence keeping me company rather than trying to get my attention. I think Rebecca knows we're working to understand what happened." Margot looked thoughtful. "In all my years here, I've never heard of anyone investigating this thoroughly before. People have experienced the phenomena, acknowledged the ghost story, but never connected it so directly to actual historical events and documents. So what's the right approach here?" Emma asked. "Formally report what we found to current hospital leadership. Try to speak with Patricia Winters directly. Go to the local historical society or newspaper. Each option has significant drawbacks," Margot said. Official channels within the hospital would almost certainly lead back to Patricia. The Historical Society is largely funded by the Winters Foundation, and the local paper would require more substantial evidence before publishing something so potentially damaging about the town's most prominent family. Maybe we need more information before deciding, Lily suggested. Something that clarifies Alexander's intentions. Was this deliberate harm or a tragic mistake? And how exactly was Rebecca's death connected? The more complete the picture, the better position we're in to determine the right course of action. Emma agreed with this measured approach. There might be additional records we haven't found yet. Dr. Reed mentioned that Thomas's death was officially attributed to complications from a procedure related to his own research. There must be some documentation of that procedure and what went wrong. Medical records from the 1950s would likely have been destroyed decades ago, Margot said. But there might be other sources, correspondence between hospital leadership, board meeting minutes, maybe even personal papers of those involved. They agreed to continue searching for additional information while being careful not to attract undue attention to their investigation. Emma would look for opportunities to learn more about Patricia Winters and her knowledge of these historical events, while Lily and Margot would discreetly explore other potential sources of information within the hospital. As Emma walked back to her apartment after their meeting, she noticed someone watching her from across the street, a tall, slender woman with silver-streaked dark hair, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. Though they had never been introduced, Emma recognized her immediately from photographs. Patricia Winters, hospital administrator and granddaughter of the hospital's founding benefactor. Their eyes met briefly, and Patricia gave a small, acknowledging nod before turning and walking toward the hospital. The brief interaction left Emma uneasy. Had Patricia been following her? Had she somehow become aware of Emma's investigation into her family's past? That evening, Emma received an unexpected email from Martha Collins, the nursing director who had hired her. Emma, Patricia Winters has requested your participation in a special project reviewing historical nursing practices at Oakwood Memorial. She was impressed by your background and your interest in hospital history that Dr. Reed mentioned to her. Please stop by her office tomorrow at 3 p.m. to discuss details. This is a wonderful opportunity to work directly with our administrator on an institutional priority. Emma read the message twice, her unease growing. This could not be coincidental. Patricia had obviously learned of her interest in the hospital's history and was making a move to either redirect it or monitor it more closely. The question was whether to accept this opportunity and potentially gain more access to information, or decline and risk raising further suspicion. After careful consideration, Emma decided to accept the meeting. Refusing would only highlight her concerns, while agreeing gave her a chance to gauge exactly what Patricia knew and what her intentions might be. She replied to Martha's email with appropriate enthusiasm, then texted Lily to update her on this development. Lily's response was immediate, definitely a power move. She's either trying to neutralize your investigation by bringing it under her control or fishing to find out how much you know. Be very careful what you reveal. The next day passed slowly, Emma's anticipation of the afternoon meeting making her hyper-aware of every interaction, every passing glance from colleagues. Had word spread that she was looking into old hospital records? Were people watching her with more attention than before? It was difficult to tell whether the heightened awareness was justified or simply paranoia born of her growing immersion in decades-old secrets. At precisely 3 p.m., Emma knocked on the door of Patricia Winters' office, located in the hospital's administrative wing. The space reflected its occupant, elegant, organized, and slightly intimidating. Large windows overlooked the hospital grounds, artwork featuring local landscapes adorned the walls, and a substantial desk of polished wood dominated the room. Behind it sat Patricia Winters, her posture perfect, her expression politely neutral as she gestured for Emma to take a seat. Nurse Sinclair, thank you for coming. I hope your transition to Oakwood Memorial has been smooth so far. Patricia's voice was cultured, her tone professional with just the right touch of warmth. Very smooth, thank you, Emma replied, matching her professional demeanor. Everyone has been welcoming, and I'm enjoying the cardiac unit. Patricia nodded, seemingly satisfied with this response. "I understand from Dr. Reed that you've taken an interest in our hospital's history, particularly the development of cardiac care here. That's rather fortuitous, as I've been considering a project to document and celebrate Oakwood Memorial's contributions to medical advancement over the decades." "That sounds fascinating," Emma said carefully. "I have been exploring some of the hospital's historical aspects. The architecture is remarkable, and I've heard interesting stories about past staff members and medical innovations." "Yes, the hospital has a rich history worth preserving," Patricia agreed. "My family has been connected to this institution since its founding, of course. My great-grandfather provided the initial funding, my grandfather expanded the cardiac research program, and my father continued that tradition of support through challenging times." Emma noted that she mentioned her grandfather, presumably Harold Winters, the timber baron, and her father Alexander, but made no reference to her uncle Thomas, despite his significant contributions to cardiac research. "I've come across mentions of Dr. Thomas Winters in my reading," Emma said, watching Patricia's reaction closely. "His work on arrhythmia treatments seemed quite innovative for the time." A barely perceptible tightening around Patricia's eyes was the only indication that the comment had registered as potentially significant. "Indeed, my Uncle Thomas showed great promise. His unfortunate death was a significant loss to the field." She paused, then continued with practiced smoothness. "The project I'm envisioning would highlight not just the medical research conducted here, but also the evolution of nursing practice. Dr. Reed mentioned you worked at Massachusetts General before joining us. That perspective on how larger institutions approached care compared to community hospitals like ours could be valuable." The redirection was skillful, Emma had to admit. Patricia had acknowledged Thomas just enough to seem forthcoming while immediately steering the conversation away from him and toward Emma's professional background. "I'd be happy to contribute that perspective," Emma said, deciding to follow Patricia's conversational lead for now. "What specific aspects of nursing evolution are you interested in documenting?" For the next 20 minutes, they discussed the potential project in general terms: timeline, focus areas, potential outcomes like a hospital exhibition or publication. Throughout, Patricia was articulate and engaging, demonstrating genuine knowledge of healthcare evolution and nursing history. Yet Emma couldn't shake the feeling that the entire conversation was a carefully constructed facade, a way for Patricia to assess her without revealing her own concerns or intentions. As their meeting drew to a close, Patricia rose and moved to a credenza where photographs in silver frames were displayed. She selected one and brought it to show Emma. "This might interest you, given your historical curiosity. My father Alexander with the cardiac team in 1955. The photograph showed a group of doctors and nurses in a hospital setting. In the center stood a man Emma recognized from her research as Alexander Winters, tall, distinguished, with the self-assured posture of someone accustomed to authority. And standing somewhat to the side, her expression professionally composed but her eyes watchful, was Rebecca Sullivan. Is that the head cardiac nurse at the time?" Emma asked, pointing to Rebecca while carefully controlling her expression. Patricia glanced at the photograph. "Yes, Nurse Sullivan. She was highly regarded, as I understand it. Died quite young, sadly, one of those aggressive infections that were so dangerous before modern antibiotics." The casualness with which Patricia mentioned Rebecca's death, with no acknowledgement of its suspicious timing or connection to Thomas, confirmed Emma's suspicion that the hospital administrator was being deliberately selective in what she shared. "Such a different era of medicine," Emma commented neutrally. "The risks healthcare workers faced then were substantial." "Indeed," Patricia agreed, returning the photograph to its place. "Which is why documenting these historical realities is important. I'll have my assistant send you some preliminary materials about the project later this week. We can meet again once you've had a chance to review them and consider your potential contribution." As Emma left the office, she felt certain of two things: Patricia Winters knew she was investigating her family's past, and that a special project was primarily a means of monitoring and potentially controlling that investigation. The question was how much Patricia actually knew about what had happened in 1956. Was she protecting family secrets she fully understood, or merely guarding against potential embarrassment without knowing the specific details? That evening, Emma shared her impressions of the meeting with Lily over the phone. "She's definitely suspicious," Lily agreed after hearing Emma's account. "The question is whether she's worried about general family reputation or specific knowledge of wrongdoing. I got the sense she knows more than she's saying," Emma said. The way she mentioned Rebecca's death so casually, as if it was just an unfortunate occurrence unrelated to anything else happening at the hospital at that time. "What's your next move? Are you going to participate in her project?" Emma considered this. "I think I should, at least initially. It might provide access to information or people we wouldn't otherwise encounter. And refusing would only confirm her suspicions that my interest goes beyond professional curiosity." After ending the call, Emma stood at her window, looking across at the hospital as she had so many evenings before. The east wing was clearly visible, its windows illuminated against the growing darkness. As she watched, she again noticed that peculiar quality of light in one specific window, a warmer, almost flickering glow unlike the institutional lighting in the rest of the building. This time, instead of simply observing, Emma decided to document it. She took several photographs with her phone, capturing the anomalous light and its movement across the window. If this was some manifestation of Rebecca's presence, having visual evidence might prove valuable, even if only to confirm her own experiences. As she prepared for bed that night, Emma felt a growing weight of responsibility. She had uncovered evidence suggesting serious misconduct, potentially even intentional harm, that had led to 2 deaths. The fact that these events had occurred decades ago didn't diminish their significance or the obligation to acknowledge the truth, particularly regarding Rebecca Sullivan, who had done everything right professionally and potentially paid for it with her life. Yet the practical challenges remained daunting. Patricia Winters wielded enormous influence over the hospital and the town. Any public assertion about her father's actions would require irrefutable evidence and careful presentation to avoid being dismissed as speculation or, worse, result in professional consequences for those raising the concerns. Emma fell asleep considering various approaches, and once again dreamed of Rebecca Sullivan. In this dream, they stood together in the hospital chapel, a small, peaceful space on the ground floor that Emma had passed but never entered. Rebecca led her to a specific pew and motioned for her to look beneath it, as if something important was hidden there. The dream shifted to show Rebecca in what appeared to be her apartment in the nurse's residence, writing urgently in a notebook, occasionally glancing nervously toward the door as if expecting an unwelcome visitor. She sealed the notebook in an envelope, wrote something on the outside, and then hid it somewhere within the apartment, behind a loose section of baseboard, Emma thought, though the details were unclear. When Emma woke the next morning, the dream remained unusually vivid in her memory. Unlike some of her earlier dreams of Rebecca, which had faded quickly upon waking, this one retained its clarity and sense of purpose. It felt less like a dream and more like a communication, Rebecca showing her where to look for additional evidence she had hidden before her death. The chapel seemed a logical place to start, being an actual location within the hospital that Emma could access easily. The nurse's residence was more complicated. The building had been renovated multiple times since the 1950s, and Rebecca's specific apartment was unknown. But the chapel, according to the hospital website, had been preserved largely in its original form since the hospital's founding. Emma arrived early for her shift that day, allowing time to visit the chapel before reporting to the cardiac unit. The small sanctuary was indeed much as it likely had been in Rebecca's time: simple wooden pews, stained glass windows depicting healing scenes, and a quiet atmosphere of contemplation separate from the clinical bustle of the hospital around it. Emma walked slowly down the center aisle, trying to determine which pew might have been indicated in her dream. Near the front, on the right side, she felt a subtle change in the air, that now familiar coolness that seemed to accompany Rebecca's presence. She sat in that pew and discreetly examined it, running her hand along the underside of the seat. To her surprise, her fingers encountered something taped to the wood, a small, flat object secured with what felt like ancient, brittle tape. Glancing around to ensure she was alone, Emma carefully detached it and found herself holding a small key, old-fashioned and tarnished with age. Taped to the key was a scrap of paper with faded writing, Residence B, Drawer 3. Emma's heart raced. This couldn't be coincidence, a hidden key referencing what seemed to be a location in the nurse's residence, exactly as her dream had suggested. Had Rebecca actually hidden this here all those years ago? Had the key somehow remained undiscovered during decades of cleaning and maintenance? Or had someone else placed it more recently, perhaps another staff member who had experienced Rebecca's presence and received similar guidance? Whatever the explanation, the key was real, solid in her palm, with a specific location attached to it. Residence B presumably referred to Building B of the nurse's residence complex, now the staff apartments where Emma herself lived. Drawer 3 was less clear, a desk drawer, perhaps, or some other storage unit. Emma carefully pocketed the key and continued to her shift, her mind buzzing with questions and possibilities. She texted Lily about her discovery, asking her to meet after work to discuss this new development. Throughout her shift, Emma remained hyper-aware of her surroundings, particularly whenever Patricia Winters made one of her regular administrative rounds through the cardiac unit. Did Patricia's gaze linger on her a moment longer than on other staff members? Was there additional meaning in her casual inquiry about how Emma was settling in? It was impossible to tell whether these perceptions were justified or simply the result of Emma's heightened alertness to potential surveillance. After her shift ended, Emma met Lily in the hospital cafeteria, a public enough space that their conversation wouldn't seem conspicuous but with enough ambient noise to provide privacy. "You actually found a key." Lily's skepticism had evolved into fascinated engagement with the mystery. "And it was exactly where your dream indicated?" Emma nodded, showing her the key and attached note. It could be decades old based on the condition of the tape and paper. The question is what it opens and whether whatever it was meant to protect is still there after all this time. Residence B is your building, right? The original nurse's quarters? Lily asked, examining the key. Yes, though it's been renovated multiple times since the 50s. I have no idea if whatever locked this fit still exists. What about hospital records of room assignments? Maybe we could figure out which room was Rebecca's. Emma considered this. Personnel records might show that, but accessing them would attract attention we don't want right now. I think we need to start with what Drawer 3 might refer to. They discussed possibilities, a desk drawer, a filing cabinet, a storage unit of some kind, and developed a plan. Since Emma lived in the building, she was in the best position to explore discreetly. Lily would create a diversion if necessary, calling Emma with a fictitious urgent matter if anyone seemed too interested in her activities. That evening, Emma began systematically examining her apartment building, starting with the common areas. The main lobby had been modernized, but retained some original features, a mail area with numbered cubbies for each apartment, a built-in desk that might once have been a reception station, and several storage cabinets. One cabinet in particular caught Emma's attention, an older piece that seemed to have been incorporated into the renovation rather than replaced. It contained what appeared to be maintenance supplies and some building documentation. The drawers were numbered, and the third drawer was locked, the only one secured in this way. Glancing around to ensure she was alone, Emma tried the key. It didn't fit. Not entirely surprised, it would have been too simple a solution, she continued her exploration. The building's basement level contained laundry facilities and additional storage areas for residents. Here, Emma found several older pieces of furniture that had likely been part of the original building, chairs with vintage upholstery, small side tables, and a substantial wooden filing cabinet that looked like it belonged in an office from the 1950s. The cabinet had 4 large drawers, each with a small numbered plate, 1, 2, 3, 4. Emma approached it with growing excitement, the key ready in her hand. The third drawer was locked, and when she inserted the key, it turned smoothly, a perfect fit. The drawer slid open with a satisfying wooden rumble, revealing several folders and small boxes. Most contained what appeared to be administrative documents for the residence, maintenance records, purchase orders, inventory lists, dating from the 1940s through the early 1960s. But at the back of the drawer, wedged behind these mundane records, was a small tin box, the kind once commonly used for first aid supplies. Emma carefully removed it and opened the lid. Inside was a notebook with a faded cloth cover, several loose papers, and a small envelope. Emma's hands trembled slightly as she opened the notebook. The handwriting inside was unmistakably the same as she had seen on Rebecca's incident report, neat, precise, professional. The first entry was dated January 15, 1956. I have decided to keep this separate record of my concerns regarding Dr. T. Winter's treatment. The official channels seem increasingly unreliable, with Dr. Winter's influence affecting normal documentation procedures. I will maintain standard charting as required, but will document my observations here as well, in case review becomes necessary. The subsequent entries detailed Rebecca's observations of Thomas's condition following his admission to the cardiac unit, her interactions with Alexander, and her growing concerns about deviations from the agreed-upon treatment protocol. Her notes were clinically precise but conveyed an underlying anxiety about what she was witnessing. February 6, Dr. T. admitted for monitoring during self-administration of experimental compound. Baseline readings normal. Dr. A. visited briefly, reviewed monitoring setup. Something in their interaction seemed tense, professional disagreement perhaps. February 7, Dr. T.'s status stable throughout day. Evening assessment showed all parameters within normal ranges. Dr. A. arrived unexpectedly at approximate 23:30, stated he needed to administer adjusted dosage. When I asked to see the order and preparation documentation, he became dismissive, stating paperwork would follow. The syringe he carried was already prepared. Labels on vial showed formula which does not match the compound W57 documentation in Dr. T.'s approved protocol. When I questioned this discrepancy, Dr. A. instructed me to attend to other patients. Deeply concerned about protocol violation. Will file incident report immediately. February 8, Dr. T. experienced severe cardiac event following undocumented injection. Resuscitation efforts initially successful but condition remains critical. Incident report filed as required. Dr. Harrison, Chief of Medicine, called me to his office to discuss report. Atmosphere was unusually formal. Asked repeatedly about what exactly I had seen and documented. Emphasis seemed to be on limiting information rather than addressing the protocol violation. Was informed that the Winters family has requested discretion regarding Dr. T.'s condition. February 10, Dr. T.'s condition deteriorating despite interventions. Dr. A. has taken unusual control of treatment decisions, countermanding staff cardiologists in several instances. My attempts to discuss concerns with nursing supervision have been redirected. Clear indication that normal protocols are being overridden due to family influence. February 14, Dr. T. died at 15:20. Cause listed as complications related to underlying cardiac condition. No mention of experimental treatment or unauthorized medication administration in official documentation. My incident report appears to have been removed from the standard filing system. Have secured a copy for my records, will determine appropriate next steps for raising these concerns. The entries continued for several more pages, documenting Rebecca's increasingly frustrated attempts to address what she believed was a serious case of medical misconduct. She described meetings with hospital leadership where she was effectively silenced, documentation that disappeared, and growing concerns for her own professional standing and possibly her safety. The final entry, dated March 2, 1956, was particularly chilling. Have been experiencing symptoms of illness since yesterday, fever, respiratory distress. Dr. Harrison examined me today and is insisting on immediate hospitalization for aggressive treatment. Something in his manner seemed off, almost apologetic. Before leaving the unit, I overheard it Winters and Harrison in conversation. Couldn't make out most of it, but it clearly said, "Ensure this is contained." Could have been referring to my illness, but context suggested otherwise. Taking precautions with this record in case my suspicions are founded. If something happens to me, this notebook and the copies of my incident report should go to the State Nursing Board and the County Medical Examiner. Nurse Margaret Thompson has agreed to ensure this happens if necessary. Emma sat back, processing what she had read. The notebook provided a contemporaneous account of Rebecca's observations and concerns, documented with the careful precision of an experienced nurse. It strongly suggested not only that Alexander Winters had administered an unauthorized medication that contributed to his brother's death, but that hospital leadership had been complicit in covering up this fact, and potentially in silencing Rebecca when she attempted to report it properly. The small envelope in the tin box contained what appeared to be Rebecca's copy of her original incident report, matching the one Emma had found in the hospital archives, but with additional handwritten notes in the margins, documenting who had been present when the report was filed and subsequent conversations about it with hospital leadership. The loose papers included a letter Rebecca had drafted to the State Nursing Board outlining her concerns, though it was unclear if it had ever been sent. There was also a small newspaper clipping about Thomas Winters' death, with Rebecca's handwritten note challenging the official cause listed. Emma carefully photographed every page of the notebook and the additional documents, ensuring she had complete digital copies before returning everything to the tin box exactly as she had found it. She then locked the drawer, keeping the key with her rather than returning it to its hiding place in the chapel. If Rebecca had guided her to this evidence, she wanted to ensure it remained accessible. As she returned to her apartment, Emma felt both vindicated in her investigation and burdened by what she had discovered. The evidence strongly suggested that Alexander Winters had deliberately administered an inappropriate medication to his brother, resulting in his death, and that Rebecca had documented this properly only to be silenced, first professionally and then permanently through what may have been a deliberately induced or exacerbated illness. These were extraordinarily serious implications, especially considering that Alexander's daughter now controlled the hospital. How much did Patricia know about her father's actions? Had she been told a sanitized family version of events, or was she actively working to protect a legacy she knew was built on misconduct and possibly murder? Emma sent the digital copies of Rebecca's records to both Lily and Margot, with a message emphasizing the sensitivity of the material and the need for discretion. She then sat at her window, looking across at the hospital as she had so many nights before, but now with a profoundly different understanding of the institution and its history. The east wing was visible as always, but tonight Emma saw no unusual light in any of the windows. Instead, she had the distinct impression that Rebecca's presence had shifted, no longer trying to communicate from the hospital corridors but somehow closer, perhaps even in the apartment with her, a silent witness to the gradual unveiling of truth she had tried to document decades ago. "I found your records," Emma said softly to the seemingly empty room. "I understand what happened now. And I promise, I won't let it stay buried any longer." There was no dramatic response, no temperature change, no movement of objects, no visible manifestation. Yet Emma felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a sense of acknowledgement and perhaps relief. Whether this was objective reality or simply her own emotional response to uncovering long-hidden truths, she couldn't say with certainty. But she knew with absolute conviction that the next step was clear. Rebecca Sullivan's professional actions and suspicious death needed to be acknowledged, and the truth about Thomas Winters' treatment had to be recognized, regardless of the impact on the Winters family legacy or the hospital's current funding structure. The question was how to proceed in a way that would ensure the truth was heard rather than dismissed or buried once again. And whether Patricia Winters would prove to be an obstacle to that truth or, perhaps, someone who deserved to know what her father had done, regardless of the pain that knowledge might bring. Chapter 6, Confronting the Past. The following morning, Emma woke to an unexpected email from Patricia Winters, sent at 5:47 a.m. "Nurse Sinclair, I believe we should continue our discussion about the hospital's history more directly. Please meet me in my office at 7:30 a.m. before your shift begins. This is a matter of some urgency and should not be postponed. Patricia Winters, Hospital Administrator. The tone was formal, almost cold, a significant departure from the carefully cultivated warmth of their previous interaction. Emma read and reread the message, trying to discern what had prompted this sudden urgency. Had Patricia somehow discovered that she had found Rebecca's hidden records? Was this an attempt to contain the situation before Emma could share the information more widely? Emma texted Lily immediately, meeting with Patricia at 7:30. Her request, urgent. If you don't hear from me by 8:15, call my phone. Lily's response came quickly, that's concerning timing. Be extremely careful. I'll be on standby. As Emma prepared for the meeting, she made copies of Rebecca's records and left one set in an envelope addressed to Lily, hidden in her apartment where it would be found if something happened to her. She felt slightly ridiculous taking such precautions. This was a small-town hospital administrator, not a thriller movie villain, but the evidence suggested Alexander Winters had gone to considerable lengths to silence Rebecca Sullivan. His daughter might have inherited more than just his position of influence. The hospital corridors were relatively quiet when Emma arrived at 7:15, the day shift just beginning to trickle in while the night shift completed their final tasks. Patricia's assistant had not yet arrived, so the outer office was dark, but light shone from beneath the administrator's door. Emma knocked, and Patricia's voice immediately called for her to enter. The office looked different in the early morning light, starker somehow, the elegant furnishings less welcoming and more formal. Patricia herself stood by the window rather than sitting behind her desk, her posture rigid as she turned to face Emma. "Thank you for coming so promptly," she said, her tone businesslike. "Please, sit down. What we need to discuss is best addressed directly." Emma took the offered seat, maintaining a calm exterior despite her racing thoughts. "I appreciate your making time so early in the day. Your message mentioned urgency." Patricia remained standing, giving her a height advantage that seemed deliberately maintained. "Yes. It has come to my attention that you've been conducting what amounts to an unauthorized investigation into certain historical aspects of this hospital, specifically, events surrounding my Uncle Thomas's death in 1956 and the subsequent death of a nurse named Rebecca Sullivan." The directness of this statement caught Emma by surprise, though she had suspected Patricia was aware of her activities. "I've been researching hospital history, yes. As we discussed regarding your project." "Let's not pretend," Patricia said sharply. "You've accessed archives you weren't authorized to use, removed historical documents without permission, and have been speaking with staff members about events that have long been resolved. This goes well beyond professional interest in institutional history." Emma considered her options carefully. Denial seemed pointless given Patricia's confidence, and might only escalate the confrontation. Honesty, however risky, seemed the better approach. "You're right," she acknowledged. "My interest goes beyond general history. I believe Rebecca Sullivan witnessed and documented serious medical misconduct involving your uncle's treatment, and that her subsequent death under suspicious circumstances may have been connected to her attempt to report what she observed." Patricia's expression remained carefully controlled, but Emma noticed a slight tightening of her clasped hands. "That's an extraordinary claim to make based on 60-year-old records and hospital ghost stories." "It's based on Rebecca's own documentation," Emma countered. "Her incident report noting your father administering an unauthorized injection to your uncle. Thomas's research journal describing professional disagreements with your father over the testing schedule for his compound. And Rebecca's personal records documenting the institutional effort to suppress her concerns, followed by her sudden, severe illness within weeks of the incident." For a long moment, Patricia was silent, studying Emma with an intensity that was almost physical in its force. When she finally spoke, her voice had lost some of its sharp edge. "You found Rebecca's hidden records." Not a question but a statement. The one she concealed before her hospitalization. This confirmation that Patricia knew about the hidden record startled Emma. Yes. How did you know about them? Patricia moved to her desk and opened a drawer, removing a folder that looked remarkably similar to the one Emma had described in her own office. Because I found them myself, over 30 years ago. I was fresh out of college, exploring the building where my grandfather and father had worked, curious about the family history that was always discussed in such careful, edited terms. She opened the folder, revealing documents that appeared to be copies of Rebecca's records, the same incident report, the same journal entries, the same draft letter to the nursing board. I discovered the key in the chapel purely by accident. It fell from its hiding place when I was sitting in that pew during a difficult time in my life. Like you, I followed where it led and found Rebecca's testimony. Patricia's voice held a complexity of emotion Emma hadn't heard before. Unlike you, I had the additional burden of discovering that my father was implicated in something far darker than I had ever imagined. Emma struggled to process this revelation. You've known all this time. About what your father did to Thomas. About Rebecca? Patricia sighed, finally taking a seat across from Emma, the folder open between them. I've known what Rebecca believed happened. What the evidence strongly suggests. That my father administered an experimental compound to his brother without proper authorization, resulting in his death, and that when Rebecca properly documented this, she herself died under circumstances that can only be described as suspicious. And you've done nothing with this information for 30 years? Emma couldn't keep the disbelief from her voice. What would you have me do? Patricia asked, her tone suddenly weary. My father was already dead when I discovered these records. So was everyone else involved in hospital leadership at that time. There was no justice to be served, no accountability to be enforced after so many decades. But Rebecca deserved acknowledgement, Emma insisted. Recognition that she did everything right professionally, that her concerns were valid. At what cost? Patricia countered. Destroying my family's legacy. Undermining the hospital that bears our name and depends on our foundation's support. For what purpose, when everyone involved was long deceased? Emma recognized the moral complexity Patricia was describing, even as she disagreed with the conclusion. The truth has its own value, regardless of timing or consequences. And Rebecca's story matters, a dedicated nurse who prioritized patient safety and proper documentation, even when it put her at odds with powerful interests. That's a legacy worth acknowledging. Patricia was silent for a moment, studying Emma with renewed intensity. You really believe that, don't you? That some abstract notion of truth outweighs practical considerations about institutional stability and community well-being? I believe that institutions are strengthened by honesty about their past, not weakened by it, Emma replied. And I believe Rebecca Sullivan has been trying to communicate this very thing, that her story needs acknowledgement, not for punishment or retribution, but for recognition of her professional integrity. Ah yes, the ghost, Patricia said, with a hint of her earlier sharpness. The footsteps in the east wing that supposedly represent Rebecca's restless spirit. I've heard those stories my entire life. Experienced the phenomena myself, in fact, during my early years working here. This admission surprised Emma. You've heard the footsteps too. Of course. Anyone who spends enough time in that corridor eventually experiences something unusual. The question is whether one interprets it as supernatural communication or simply the peculiar acoustics of an old building combined with the power of suggestion. And which do you believe? Emma asked directly. Patricia considered the question with unexpected seriousness. I believe human consciousness is more complex than our scientific frameworks generally acknowledge. Whether that means ghosts in the traditional sense, or lingering energy patterns, or some as yet unexplained quantum phenomenon. I remain agnostic. What I know is that since finding Rebecca's records, I've experienced her presence differently, less as a haunting and more as a witnessing. As if she's waiting for something. For acknowledgement, Emma suggested. For her professional actions to be recognized and validated. Perhaps, Patricia conceded. Or perhaps for something more specific? She hesitated, then continued with careful precision. The hospital is approaching its centennial next year. For decades, the official histories have celebrated the Winters family's contributions while omitting certain complications. I've been considering whether that anniversary might provide an appropriate opportunity to offer a more complete accounting. Emma studied Patricia with new understanding. This wasn't the defensive administrator she had anticipated confronting, but someone who had carried knowledge of her father's actions for decades, struggling with how to balance family loyalty, institutional responsibility, and ethical considerations. That would be meaningful, Emma said. Acknowledging both Thomas's research contributions and the circumstances of his death. Recognizing Rebecca's professional integrity in documenting what she observed, and addressing the suspicious nature of her illness and death. It would also fundamentally alter the narrative of my family's relationship with this hospital, Patricia noted. My father would be revealed not just as a benefactor and research scientist, but as someone who potentially caused his brother's death and silenced a nurse who tried to report it. That's a significant revision to a legacy that has shaped this community for generations. But it would be honest, Emma said simply. And it would acknowledge Rebecca's experience, that doing the right thing professionally sometimes carries real risks, but is still worth doing. Patricia closed the folder containing Rebecca's records, her decision not yet verbalized but somehow present in her deliberate movements. I didn't call you here to justify my past inaction or to threaten consequences for your investigation. I wanted to understand your intentions directly. What do you plan to do with what you've discovered? It was a fair question, and one Emma had been considering intensely since finding Rebecca's hidden records. I believe this story needs to be acknowledged within the hospital community, at minimum. Rebecca was a dedicated professional whose actions should be recognized. How exactly that happens, whether through your Centennial History Initiative or some other means, is something I'm open to discussing. But continued silence doesn't seem an option. Patricia nodded slowly. I anticipated you might feel that way. Your professional background and the way you've conducted this investigation suggested someone with both integrity and determination. She paused. I'd like to propose a collaborative approach. Work with me on how this acknowledgement happens, rather than acting independently in ways that might be unnecessarily damaging to the institution. Emma considered this offer carefully. Working with Patricia would provide institutional support and resources, but might also allow the administrator to control the narrative more than was appropriate given her family connection to the events. I'd be willing to collaborate, Emma said finally, provided the acknowledgement is substantive and honest. No sanitized version that minimizes what happened to Rebecca or Thomas. Fair enough, Patricia agreed. Though I would ask for sensitivity in how my father's actions are characterized. The evidence strongly suggests misconduct, but his specific motivations remain somewhat unclear from the available records. That's reasonable, Emma acknowledged. I've wondered myself whether there was a financial motive related to the pharmaceutical interests, or if there were other factors at play. Patricia's expression grew more complex. From what I know of my father, and from family history not documented in those records, the situation was indeed more complicated than it might appear. Thomas and Alexander had a lifelong competitive relationship, exacerbated by my grandfather's clear preference for his younger son. And Thomas's research threatened not just Alexander's financial interests but his scientific reputation as well. She sighed. None of which excuses what happened, but may help explain it as human tragedy rather than simple malice. This glimpse into the personal dynamics behind the historical events added a dimension Emma hadn't fully considered. The Winters brothers' relationship, shaped by family dynamics and professional rivalry, provided context for Alexander's actions without diminishing their seriousness. Where do we go from here? Emma asked, sensing they had reached a tentative understanding. I suggest we form a small working group to develop an appropriate acknowledgement plan, Patricia proposed. You, myself, perhaps Dr. Reed, who has historical perspective, and anyone else you think should be involved. We can determine the most suitable approach, perhaps an installation in the hospital recognizing Rebecca's professionalism, a revision to the historical materials about Thomas's research and death, and possibly a nursing scholarship in Rebecca's name to emphasize the importance of ethical practice and proper documentation. The proposal was more substantial than Emma had expected, suggesting Patricia had been considering these possibilities before their meeting. That sounds like a meaningful approach. I'd like to include Lily Chen and Margot Hamilton, who have been involved in researching this history as well. Patricia agreed, and they spent the next 20 minutes outlining preliminary plans for the working group and potential acknowledgement initiatives. Throughout the conversation, Emma was struck by Patricia's apparent sincerity in addressing these historical wrongs, despite her decades of previous inaction. As their meeting concluded, Emma asked the question that had been lingering beneath their entire exchange: why now? You've known about this for 30 years. What's changed that makes you willing to acknowledge it publicly at this point? Patricia considered the question carefully before responding. Several factors, if I'm being honest. The hospital's centennial creates a natural opportunity for historical reflection. My own advancing age, I'm approaching retirement and considering what legacy I want to leave. And perhaps most significantly, the fact that you've independently discovered what happened suggests that Rebecca's story is determined to be told, one way or another. She paused. There's also been a change in the East Wing recently. The phenomena have intensified in ways I haven't experienced since my early years here. The footsteps, Emma said. They've been more noticeable to many staff members lately. Not just the footsteps, Patricia corrected. There have been other manifestations: temperature fluctuations, unusual light patterns, equipment behaving erratically. Maintenance has checked everything and found no technical explanations. It's as if. She hesitated, clearly uncomfortable with the implication. It's as if Rebecca's presence is becoming more insistent, more determined to be acknowledged. Emma thought of her dreams, the hidden key, the guidance that had led her to Rebecca's records. I believe she is. And I think she's been waiting a very long time for this acknowledgement. As Emma left Patricia's office, she felt a complex mixture of emotions: relief that their confrontation had resulted in a collaborative plan rather than conflict, satisfaction that Rebecca's story would finally be acknowledged, but also lingering questions about Patricia's true intentions and commitment. Was the administrator genuinely seeking to address historical wrongs, or simply managing a situation that threatened to become public without her control? Emma texted Lily to confirm she was fine and to request a meeting later to discuss developments. As she walked toward the cardiac unit to begin her shift, she passed through the East Wing corridor that had become so significant in her understanding of the hospital's past. For the first time since her early days at Oakwood Memorial, the corridor felt different, not ominous or haunted, but peaceful. The usual acoustical oddities were absent: no footsteps followed her, no temperature fluctuations marked her passage. The space felt almost ordinary, as if some tension had been released from its very structure. We're going to tell your story, Rebecca, Emma said softly as she walked. Your professionalism will be recognized, your concerns validated. It's long overdue. There was no dramatic response, but Emma felt a subtle sense of rightness, of alignment, as if events that had been misaligned for decades were finally moving toward proper resolution. Whether this was objectively real or simply her own emotional response to the morning's developments, she couldn't say with certainty. But she knew that something fundamental had shifted, both in the hospital's engagement with its past and in her own connection to the presence that had guided her through this discovery. Over the next few weeks, the working group Patricia had proposed began meeting regularly to develop plans for acknowledging the historical events of 1956. Dr. Reed brought valuable perspective on the medical context of that era, while Margot contributed her extensive knowledge of hospital operations and personnel from decades of employment. Lily offered a younger nurse's viewpoint on the professional significance of Rebecca's actions, and Emma served as the bridge between the historical investigation and current implementation plans. Patricia participated actively, contributing resources and institutional support while allowing the group genuine agency in shaping the acknowledgement initiatives. Emma watched her carefully during these meetings, still not entirely convinced of the administrator's motivations, but increasingly impressed by her willingness to address difficult aspects of her family history with apparent honesty. Together, they developed several interconnected initiatives. 1. A permanent installation in the hospital's main lobby titled Professional Courage, highlighting Rebecca Sullivan's proper documentation of the incident involving Thomas Winters and acknowledging the suspicious circumstances of her subsequent illness and death. 2. A revised historical account of Thomas Winters' research contributions and the circumstances of his death, to be included in all official hospital histories and centennial materials. 3. The Rebecca Sullivan Nursing Ethics Scholarship, providing financial support to nursing students who demonstrated particular commitment to professional integrity and patient advocacy. 4. A renovation of the East Wing corridor, brightening the lighting while maintaining the historical architecture, and including a plaque acknowledging its significance in the hospital's history. As these plans took shape, Emma noticed that the phenomena in the East Wing continued to subside. Staff no longer reported mysterious footsteps or unexplained temperature changes. The unusual light Emma had observed from her apartment window ceased to appear. It was as if Rebecca's presence, having successfully communicated her concerns and guided the investigation to completion, was finally finding peace. Emma shared this observation with Lily as they walked together after a planning meeting. It feels like resolution, doesn't it? As if Rebecca knows her story is finally being acknowledged, so she doesn't need to keep trying to communicate. Lily, whose initial skepticism about the supernatural aspects had gradually evolved into cautious acceptance, nodded thoughtfully. I haven't heard the footsteps in weeks now. And patients in the cardiac unit have commented that the atmosphere feels lighter somehow, though they can't explain exactly what's changed. Do you think Patricia is sincere about all this? Emma asked, the question that had been lingering in her mind through all their collaborative work. After keeping this buried for 30 years, is she really committed to honest acknowledgement now? Lily considered this carefully. I think she's complex, like most people. Part of her probably wants genuine resolution and acknowledgement of these historical wrongs. Another part is likely managing a situation that could have become problematic for the hospital's reputation if handled differently. But I've watched her in these meetings. The emotion when discussing Rebecca's actions seems genuine to me. And she hasn't tried to minimize her father's role, which she easily could have given her position. Emma agreed with this assessment. Throughout the planning process, Patricia had demonstrated what appeared to be genuine commitment to honest acknowledgement, even when it reflected poorly on her father and, by extension, on her family legacy. Whether this represented true ethical evolution or simply pragmatic adaptation to changed circumstances, the outcome was the same. Rebecca Sullivan's professional actions would finally be recognized, and the truth about Thomas Winters' death would be acknowledged within the hospital community. The formal unveiling of the Professional Courage installation was scheduled to coincide with Nurses Week, creating a meaningful connection between Rebecca's historical example and current nursing practice. The hospital board, with Patricia's firm guidance, had unanimously approved all aspects of the acknowledgement initiative, ensuring institutional support beyond any individual's influence. The evening before the unveiling, Emma found herself drawn to the East Wing corridor one last time. The space had already begun its transformation, improved lighting had been installed, and preparations for the commemorative plaque were underway. Yet the essential character of the corridor remained: the high ceilings, the arched windows, the sense of history embedded in the very walls. Emma walked slowly through the space, remembering her first experiences of footsteps following her, the gradual unfolding of Rebecca's story through dreams and discoveries, and the final piecing together of what had happened in 1956. It had been an unexpected journey, initiated by phenomena she would once have dismissed as imagination or coincidence, leading to historical truths that might otherwise have remained buried. Tomorrow, your story will be officially acknowledged, Rebecca, Emma said softly to the empty corridor. Your professional integrity, your commitment to proper documentation even when it put you at odds with powerful interests, it will all be recognized. Future nurses will know what you did and why it matters. The corridor remained quiet, no footsteps, no temperature changes, no sense of presence beyond Emma's own. Yet she didn't interpret this as absence so much as a different kind of communication, peace rather than urgency, acceptance rather than insistence. As Emma turned to leave, she noticed something she had overlooked before, a small alcove near the end of the corridor, partially hidden by the angle of the wall. Inside was a simple wooden bench, and above it, a faded plaque she had never registered during her previous passages through this space. In memory of Rebecca Sullivan, RN, 1914 to 1956. Dedicated nurse and compassionate caregiver. The memorial had been there all along, a minimal acknowledgement installed decades ago but insufficient to address the true circumstances of Rebecca's professional actions and subsequent death. Tomorrow's installation would provide the fuller recognition that had been missing, not just celebrating Rebecca as a dedicated nurse, but acknowledging her specific actions in documenting misconduct and the price she likely paid for that integrity. Emma touched the plaque gently, a connection across decades to the nurse whose presence had guided her through this investigation. "Tomorrow brings the truth," she said softly. "The full truth, at last." The next morning dawned clear and bright, the spring sunshine illuminating Oakwood Memorial Hospital with particular clarity. Staff members and invited guests gathered in the main lobby for the unveiling ceremony, an atmosphere of solemn purpose pervading the usually bustling space. Patricia Winters, elegant in a conservative suit, opened the proceedings with remarks that set the historical context without minimizing the difficult truths being acknowledged. Oakwood Memorial Hospital's century of service has included moments of exceptional achievement and dedication, but also instances where we failed to uphold the highest standards of ethics and transparency. Today, we acknowledge one such instance, a case where a dedicated nurse, Rebecca Sullivan, properly documented a serious protocol violation involving unauthorized medication administration, only to face institutional resistance and, ultimately, a suspicious illness that led to her untimely death. This acknowledgement comes decades too late for Rebecca herself, but stands as recognition of her professional courage and as a commitment that such silencing of legitimate concerns will never again occur within S.A. Walls. The installation we unveil today honors not just Rebecca's individual actions, but the ethical principle her example represents, that proper documentation and patient advocacy must be supported, even when they challenge powerful interests. Emma, seated with other members of the working group, watched the audience's reactions carefully. Most staff members appeared genuinely engaged, many nodding in agreement with Patricia's words. Some of the older board members seemed less comfortable, shifting slightly in their seats as the administrator directly addressed historical misconduct within the institution they governed. Dr. Reed spoke next, providing medical context for the events of 1956, explaining how Thomas Winter's research into cardiac treatments had shown genuine promise, while acknowledging that his death resulted from unauthorized administration of an experimental compound by his brother Alexander, a tragic convergence of professional rivalry, family dynamics, and financial interests. When it was Emma's turn to speak, she focused on Rebecca's example from a current nurse's perspective. Rebecca Sullivan faced a situation every nurse dreads, witnessing something improper in patient care and having to decide how to respond. She chose the path of professional integrity, documenting exactly what she observed despite the power differential between herself and those involved. Her incident report was precise, factual, and focused on patient safety, a model of professional nursing documentation that remains relevant today. When institutional processes failed her, when her report was suppressed and concerns dismissed, she persisted, creating additional records to ensure the truth would eventually be known. The fact that we stand here today, acknowledging these events 67 years later, testifies to her foresight and determination. As nurses, we carry Rebecca's legacy forward whenever we document accurately, advocate appropriately, and persist in raising concerns even when faced with resistance. The scholarship established in her name will ensure that future generations of nurses understand the importance of these professional acts of courage. The unveiling itself was conducted by Patricia and Emma together, a symbolic partnership between institutional authority and professional nursing, revealing an installation that presented Rebecca's story through photographs, historical documents, and clear explanatory text. Central to the display was a reproduction of Rebecca's incident report, with its precise documentation of the unauthorized medication administration that had led to Thomas Winter's death. As the cloth covering the installation was drawn away, Emma felt a subtle but distinct change in the atmosphere of the lobby, not a dramatic temperature shift or supernatural manifestation, but a sense of rightness, of completion. Whether this was objectively real or simply her emotional response to the culmination of months of investigation and advocacy, she couldn't say with certainty. But she knew that something important had been accomplished, historical wrong acknowledged, a nurse's professional courage recognized, a hospital taking honest ownership of its complicated past. The reception following the ceremony allowed for more personal conversations, with many staff members approaching Emma to share their own experiences of the East Wing corridor phenomena or to express appreciation for the working group's efforts to address this aspect of hospital history. Several older nurses who had heard stories of Rebecca throughout their careers seemed particularly moved by the formal acknowledgement of her actions. Patricia found Emma during a quiet moment near the end of the reception, 2 cups of coffee in hand. "I thought you might need this," she said, offering one to Emma. "It's been an emotionally demanding morning." "Thank you," Emma accepted the coffee gratefully. "How are you feeling about it all?" Patricia considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. "Relieved, primarily. Carrying knowledge of these events alone all these years has been burdensome. There's a certain liberation in having the truth acknowledged publicly, even when that truth reflects poorly on my family." "You didn't minimize your father's role," Emma observed. "You could have presented it more ambiguously, given your position. What would be the point of acknowledgement if not honest?" Patricia replied. "Besides, I've had decades to come to terms with who my father was, brilliant in many ways, but deeply flawed, capable of terrible actions when his interests or pride were threatened." She paused. "I never knew him as the man who did these things. He died when I was quite young. But I've lived with his legacy, both the public recognition and the private knowledge of his darker actions." Emma studied the administrator with new appreciation for the complexity of her position. "Do you think Rebecca's presence will finally be at peace now? The phenomena in the East Wing have already diminished considerably." "I hope so," Patricia said simply. "Though I find I'm somewhat ambivalent about that prospect. As unsettling as those experiences could be, they represented a kind of continuity, a connection to the hospital's past that was immediate and undeniable, not just documented in archives or commemorated on plaques." Emma understood this sentiment. Despite the initial fear they had provoked, the footsteps in the East Wing had ultimately led to meaningful discoveries and connections, to Rebecca across decades, to colleagues like Lily and Margot who had joined the investigation, and even to Patricia herself, whose complexity had emerged through their collaborative work. "I think she'll always be part of this place," Emma said. "Just differently now. Not as a restless presence trying to communicate urgent concerns, but as an acknowledged part of the hospital's history and professional identity." Patricia nodded, seeming satisfied with this perspective. The Centennial Historical Volume is being revised to include a full chapter on these events. Future generations of staff will know Rebecca's story and, hopefully, draw appropriate lessons from it about professional courage and institutional accountability. As the reception concluded and staff began returning to their duties, Emma found herself once more in the East Wing corridor, now brighter with its improved lighting but still carrying the weight and dignity of its decades of service. She walked its length slowly, remembering the first time she had heard footsteps behind her, the gradual unfolding of understanding that had followed, and the final resolution that today's ceremony represented. No footsteps followed her now. The corridor was simply a corridor, historically significant, architecturally interesting, but no longer host to unexplained phenomena or unacknowledged presences. Rebecca Sullivan's professional concerns had finally been validated, her courage recognized, her story incorporated into the hospital's understanding of itself. As Emma reached the end of the corridor, She whispered words meant for ears that might or might not still be present to hear them. "Rest well, Rebecca. Your professional integrity has been acknowledged at last. Your example will guide nurses who follow in your footsteps, metaphorical ones now, not literal." A gentle warmth seemed to wrap around Emma briefly, not the distinct chill that had once accompanied Rebecca's presence, but something different, something that felt like gratitude and release. Whether this was objectively real or simply Emma's emotional projection, she couldn't say with scientific certainty. But she knew what she felt: completion, resolution, a circle closed after decades left open. The double doors at the end of the East Wing opened onto the more modern sections of Oakwood Memorial Hospital, where Emma's ongoing work as a cardiac nurse continued. She had come to this small-town hospital seeking recovery from burnout, a quieter pace, a chance to reconnect with the caring aspects of nursing that had drawn her to the profession initially. What she had found was something more profound, a connection to nursing's deeper traditions of advocacy and integrity, embodied in a predecessor whose courage had finally been recognized. As Emma continued through those doors into the contemporary hospital beyond, she carried with her not just the memory of mysterious footsteps or the satisfaction of historical investigation, but a renewed sense of purpose in her profession. Rebecca Sullivan's example, doing what was right professionally regardless of potential personal consequences, would inform her own practice moving forward, a legacy more meaningful than any supernatural phenomena or historical acknowledgement. The footsteps in the East Wing had fallen silent at last, but their echoes would continue to guide all who heard Rebecca's story and understood its significance for healthcare professionals facing similar ethical challenges in their own eras. Some inheritances transcended time, some lessons remained relevant across decades, and some acts of professional courage deserved recognition, however belatedly it might come. #epilogue, Healing Echoes. 1 year later, Emma stood in the hospital chapel, a small bouquet of flowers in hand. The simple space had become a regular stop in her routine, a quiet moment of reflection before ending her shift and heading home. Today marked the anniversary of the Professional Courage installation's unveiling, a year since Rebecca Sullivan's actions had been officially acknowledged. The chapel remained much as it had been during Rebecca's time, peaceful, non-denominational, a place for staff and visitors to find moments of quiet reflection amid the often intense experiences of hospital life. Emma placed her flowers beneath the small plaque that had been added to the chapel during the past year's renovations, a simple marker acknowledging this as the place where Rebecca's hidden key had been found, connecting past to present across decades of silence. The hospital had changed subtly but significantly since the unveiling ceremony. The Professional Courage installation had become a focal point for new staff orientation, with Rebecca's story incorporated into discussions of ethical practice and proper documentation. The nursing scholarship in her name had already supported 2 promising students who had written thoughtful essays about professional integrity in healthcare settings. But perhaps most meaningful to Emma were the changes in the East Wing itself. The improved lighting had transformed the once shadowy corridor into a warm, welcoming space that honored its historical architecture while serving modern healthcare needs. The commemorative plaque near Rebecca's old bench had become a spot where staff occasionally left small tokens, a flower, a handwritten note, once even a vintage nurse's cap pin, quiet acknowledgments of connection to a predecessor whose courage had finally been recognized. The footsteps had remained silent throughout the year. The unexplained temperature fluctuations, the strange light patterns, the sense of being followed, all had ceased after the public acknowledgement of Rebecca's story. Some staff expressed almost nostalgic disappointment at the loss of the hospital's resident ghost, but Emma understood the silence as peace rather than absence. "I think you made the right decision," a voice said from the chapel doorway, startling Emma from her reflections. She turned to find Patricia Winters standing there, elegant as always but somehow softer than she had appeared during their early encounters, the rigid formality that had once characterized her presence gradually giving way to a more authentic demeanor over the months of their collaboration. "About the flowers?" Emma asked, gesturing to the small bouquet. Patricia smiled slightly. "About staying at Oakwood. I understand Massachusetts General made you quite an attractive offer to return. It was true. Emma's former hospital had reached out 3 months ago, offering a position with better pay, more autonomy, and explicit recognition of the concerns that had led to her departure. The offer had been tempting, a validation of her professional worth and an opportunity to return to the cutting-edge medicine she had once thrived in. I did consider it, Emma acknowledged. But there's something about this place now, a sense of integrity in how it's facing its history while moving forward. That matters to me more than the prestige or resources of a big city teaching hospital. Patricia nodded, understanding evident in her expression. Your decision to stay has meant a great deal to the staff. Particularly the younger nurses who see in you someone willing to stand for professional principles even when it's challenging. She paused. Rather like Rebecca's example, though hopefully with less dramatic consequences. Emma smiled at the comparison. I think we've created an environment where raising concerns doesn't require quite so much courage now. The anonymous reporting system you implemented has already identified several potential safety issues before they became serious problems. This had been one of the most significant organizational changes following the acknowledgement of Rebecca's story, a robust, truly confidential system for staff to report concerns without fear of retaliation, with results tracked transparently and shared regularly with all departments. It seems simple in retrospect, Patricia said, joining Emma on the chapel bench. Create mechanisms that encourage people to report concerns early, respond to those reports meaningfully, and celebrate rather than punish the identification of potential problems. She sighed. If such a system had existed in 1956, Rebecca's report might have been addressed properly, Thomas might have survived, and the hospital's history might have followed a very different path. But then we wouldn't have Rebecca's example, Emma pointed out. Her courage in documentation despite institutional resistance has become a powerful teaching tool for new nurses. Sometimes the most impactful lessons come from the most difficult situations. They sat in companionable silence for a moment, each reflecting on the changes of the past year. Patricia had announced her planned retirement recently, after overseeing the hospital's centennial celebrations and ensuring the full, honest historical account, including Rebecca and Thomas's story, was prominently featured in all commemorative materials. Have you had any further experiences? Patricia asked eventually, her careful phrasing acknowledging the supernatural aspects neither of them could fully explain nor dismiss. Any sense of Rebecca's presence since the installation was unveiled? Emma considered the question thoughtfully. Not in the same way as before. No footsteps, no dramatic temperature changes, no direct manifestations. She paused. But sometimes, when I'm with a patient who's particularly vulnerable or when I'm documenting something important, I feel watched. Not in an uncomfortable way, but as if someone is paying close attention, making sure I'm doing things properly. Patricia nodded. A professional presence rather than a haunting one. Exactly. More colleague than ghost now. Emma smiled at the concept. Nurse supervisors across generations. A fitting evolution, Patricia said, rising from the bench. I should let you finish your moment here. The board meeting about my successor is starting soon, and I want to ensure the candidate who understands our new emphasis on ethical practice and transparency is given proper consideration. As Patricia departed, Emma remained a few moments longer in the peaceful chapel. The past year had transformed not just the hospital's relationship with its history but Emma's own connection to her profession. The burnout that had driven her from her previous position had gradually been replaced by renewed purpose, a deeper understanding of nursing as not just technical skills and patient care, but as part of a long tradition of professional ethics and courage that connected practitioners across decades. When Emma finally left the chapel and walked through the East Wing corridor toward the exit, she moved with the confident step of someone at home in her environment. The corridor was busy now, staff moving between departments, visitors finding their way to patient rooms, the normal bustling life of a functioning hospital. Many nodded to Emma as she passed, colleagues and friends made during her time at Oakwood Memorial. Near Rebecca's memorial bench, Emma paused briefly. The plaque commemorating Rebecca now included a small photograph they had found in the archives, Rebecca in her nurse's uniform, her expression professional but with that hint of intensity Emma had noted in the first historical image she had encountered. Seeing her face made Rebecca more real somehow, not just a historical figure or supernatural presence, but a nurse who had faced an impossible situation with integrity and courage. "Thank you," Emma said softly to the photograph, "for the guidance, the example, and the peace that's followed." No mysterious footsteps answered her, no supernatural acknowledgement manifested. But as Emma continued toward the hospital exit, she felt a deep sense of rightness, of history acknowledged, wrongs addressed as much as possible after so many decades, and professional values reaffirmed across generations of healthcare providers. Outside, the spring evening was mild, the setting sun casting long shadows across the hospital grounds. Emma paused to look back at the imposing stone building with its blend of Gothic Revival architecture and modern additions, a perfect physical representation of the institution itself, honoring its history while adapting to present needs. In her apartment that night, Emma stood at her window as she had so many evenings before, looking across at the illuminated hospital. The east wing windows showed only the expected patterns of light, staff moving through corridors, rooms occupied or empty according to normal hospital functions. No mysterious flickering light, no unexplained movements. Yet Emma didn't interpret this normalcy as absence but as evolution. Rebecca's presence transformed from restless, urgent communication into something more settled, more integrated into the hospital's acknowledged identity and ethical framework. On her bedside table sat a small gift Emma had received that morning, a vintage nurse's pin from the 1950s, similar to one Rebecca would have worn, presented by the nursing staff to commemorate Emma's one-year anniversary at Oakwood Memorial. The accompanying card had read, "For continuing a tradition of courage and integrity in nursing practice." As Emma prepared for sleep, she thought about the journey of the past year, from frightened encounters with unexplained footsteps to professional validation and institutional change. The hospital was healthier for having acknowledged its complicated history, just as she was stronger for having faced the challenge of advocating for truth despite potential consequences. Some might have called it a ghost story, footsteps in an empty corridor, dreams that provided guidance, a presence seeking acknowledgement from beyond death. But Emma had come to see it as something more profound, a demonstration of how professional ethics and integrity could echo across decades, how proper documentation could eventually bring truth to light even when initially suppressed, and how the courage of one nurse could ultimately inspire and guide those who followed in her footsteps. The footsteps in the East Wing had fallen silent, but their message continued to resonate through the hospital's renewed commitment to transparency and ethical practice. Rebecca Sullivan's professional legacy had finally found its proper place, not as a whispered ghost story but as an acknowledged example of nursing courage, formally recognized and actively taught to new generations of healthcare providers. And in that acknowledgement, both Rebecca and the hospital itself had found a kind of healing, a reconciliation with the past that allowed for more honest movement into the future. The echoes of those mysterious footsteps had transformed from haunting to healing, their purpose fulfilled through truth finally spoken and professional courage finally honored. As sleep approached, Emma felt a profound sense of peace, the peace of purpose rediscovered, of professional values reaffirmed, and of having played a part in bringing long-delayed acknowledgement to a colleague across time who had done everything right, even when it cost her everything. In the hospital across the street, the lights of the East Wing dimmed one by one as the evening shift settled into its quiet rhythms. No unexplained phenomena disturbed the night, no restless presence walked the corridors. Rebecca Sullivan's professional concerns had finally been acknowledged, her courage recognized, her story incorporated into the institution's understanding of itself. The footsteps had fallen silent, their purpose fulfilled at last. Thank you for listening to Echoes of Mercy, on Scary Stories to Fall Asleep. We hope this tale of mysterious footsteps, hospital history, and professional courage across generations has provided the perfect balance of gentle suspense and ultimate resolution to ease you toward peaceful slumber. If you've enjoyed tonight's story, please consider subscribing to our channel for more atmospheric tales designed to engage your imagination while gently guiding you toward rest. Our stories explore the mysterious without venturing into the terrifying, creating the ideal mental space for transitioning into sleep. Until next time, this is Scary Stories to Fall Asleep, wishing you peaceful dreams and restful nights. Sleep well, knowing that sometimes, the footsteps we hear are simply echoes of those who walked before us, guiding our path.